but I try to keep it consistent, so if I start a few minutes late on Tuesday, you'll know why. It's Late Start Tuesday. Anyway, let me give out a few links. So I'm working on a game. You can log into it here. It's called Omni-Arania. And I have a notebook with lots of notes about it. And hey there, Hoot Nui. How's it going? And Friendly Monkey's still here, I'll wave too. So this game is pretty brand new, and I'm evolving it and developing on stream. So even though it's formally launched, there's not much you can do in it yet. Let me log into it. I'm still kind of setting up this morning. And I'm going to log in with my super secret admin key. Hold on. Secrets. All right. Oh, Raleigh Monkey's in the game. And actually, I should have done that with an incognito window. Hold on, let me log out and try that again. I'll make this incognito window be the one that's admin, so I don't accidentally keep the keys to the kingdom around unguarded. There we go. And then let me show you the home screen for the game. Just shows a little bit of like under construction disclaimer stuff. You can create a new account, or you can log into your existing account. Let me do that. Oh, Raleigh Monkey's still here. That was either a fast walk or you haven't left yet, but hello. Aha, leaving now. Okay. Have a fun time. See you when you get back. Alright, so what you can do in the game so far is after about a week and a day of progress of doing game stuff. The previous 5-6 months were spent setting up the infrastructure for the game. It's a multiplayer online game, so there's a lot of infrastructure, and I like to do stuff from scratch. So there's not much here yet, but we do have an entity component system. The entities right now are just character avatars that are player controlled. You can either use the arrow buttons here, or you can use the arrow keys on the keyboard, or WASDF, or even the numpad. And what we did yesterday was add avatar selection. So if you log in and then go under profile here, you can pick a different avatar if you want. So I could be a guard, for example, or let's say dual wielding, or something like that. And this is just appearance only right now. Of course, there's nothing else in the game. I kind of like this goofy looking wizard, so I'm going to pick him for a while. And you can see here where it says chat will go here. I felt like it might be a good thing to do today to work on this. So my objective today, oh, there's bug found. Hi, bug found. My objective for today is to code this section of the game. So I'm going to aim for something like what a lot of games have, where it's really two little windows, one larger one, one smaller one, and the larger window would have a history of chat. And smaller one would just be an input bar in which you can type chat, or you can even type commands. And I may or may not leverage that heavily for administrator stuff. It depends on what I'm doing, I guess. Some things are easier to type as a command line. Other things are easier to do in a GUI like this. Like viewing tables is easier to do in a GUI, so I'll probably keep that for. But for quick things like sending out server announcements with messages, I'll probably use a command line kind of thing. Oh, hold on a second, I dropped something. Good, it didn't land on the floor. Actually, hold on a second. Excuse me. It ain't go anywhere. All right. Is that bug found? Is that your script moving around in a tight square? So this is the administration tool of the game. One thing I like to do is scan to the bottom and see if there are any new players. Actually, another way I can do it is to scan through this and look for red lines. And there's one player who picked a name that is like my name reversed, and I said, oh, nah, Could you please change it? And they didn't. This was so probably just a joke thing. Until or unless they do change their name, they show up as masked. So that's to prevent names that I don't want people to use, or like are bad words or something like that, from being seen by the player. So like, for example, if I mask out my player name, you just see player 1 instead of Raimu. Oh, there's Nui. And then unmask it, you can see my name again. Load testing. Got it. It's probably something we'll need to have in a bit. I don't really need load testing right now because I don't have all the tools to measure it, but if you find bugs, it's always good to know about them. When I put more tools in place to measure performance, then we'll need to do some load testing so that I can look at the data, actually have the data and the tools to look at it effectively, and then the load test can help me pinpoint areas that need to be optimized in the game. There are a couple obvious ones, like the communication between the server and the client is a WebSocket, and the WebSocket is all text JSON strings rather than binary messages. So there's a lot of overhead, and it probably will become significant at some point. Right now it's not, because the movement rate is capped to 4 moves per second. And I don't really care that it's super smooth. It's a little bit jumpy, but I don't really care. It's good enough. So anyway, the objective today, add chat. So I'm thinking it's a bunch of different little tasks. So for the front end, we need to actually be able to view recent chat history and support entering a chat or command. So there's a bit of React work to do there. And then for the Redux stuff, middleware and reducers, I need middleware to take incoming chat messages from the server and turn them into actions, or reducers to store messages in chat and rotate out old chat. So that's pretty straightforward. The backend is a bit more work, so I need to route all incoming chat messages to other servers and clients because it's a distributed cluster of servers. There are 3 servers, and a player might be logged into any one of these 3. So for example, Rally Monkey's logged into server 1, Bugfound is on 2, and Nui and I are on server 3. So if I send a message to Nui, it could just go from one player to the other and not hit the other servers, like if it was a whisper. But if it was a message to the whole room, you would have to send a message to servers 1 and 2 so that server 1 could pass it along to Rally Monkey, server 2 could pass it along to Bugfound. There's a bit of broadcasting going on between servers to do that. And once we get it to the right place, I also want to write them to a daily chat log, and that's mostly to follow up on incidents. So if someone reports that they've been harassed, I don't have to be online, and a moderator doesn't have to be online to see that. If we capture the chat and it's timestamped and the reporter gives a pretty good idea of when it happened, we can narrow down and actually see the chat. And I want to rotate that every day, kind of like the daily report, so that it's not kept forever. It's just something that's kept temporarily to follow up on incidents and stuff like that. So I need to do that. And also, I'm pretty sure that given any kind of chat tool, people can find ways to abuse it by spamming. So a really quick thing would be to just rate limit chat per player to like no more than 1 chat message every 1 or 2 seconds, right? And so once all this is in place, there are the obvious things that you might have seen in other games. If you just type a message, it should just send it to nearby people. If you do a /me, it's like what do you call that? An action. So it'll say your player name and then whatever you typed, as in /me jumps, it'll say Raimu jumps. And just a special kind of social thing, right? So a yell would be to direct the message to a wider area. So in my game, it might be a normal tell goes to nearby players, a yell would go to the entire zone, something like that. Kind of like World of Warcraft, right? And then, of course, the whisper. And here's where I have to be really careful that as long as I put it in the chat log, then if the target of the whisper reports it, then I'll be able to go back to the chat log. But yeah, whisper is a little bit tougher because even if the admin's online, they won't see it necessarily unless I enable all whispers to be viewed by admins somehow. All right. So given all this stuff to kind of curb any kind of potential abuse, I want to have a way to report inappropriate chat. So that could be as simple as if a disturbing message shows up here, you might be able to click it and a little menu might pop up that says like report or something. And I guess actually there are two things, right? We might want to report, let's see, handling of inappropriate chat, and one will be reporting sender, and the other one might be to ignore the sender. So along with that, there might be commands that you can do to unignore and that kind of thing. And then I really don't want to have to do this, but I might have to go find the profanity filter library that I can put into like auto moderate chat. It's inevitable someone's going to abuse it, right? Maybe I could start with something simple. Just capture common bad words, something like that. So, displaying the messages in the chat command entry. I need to break up this area I've reserved here into an input box at the bottom, and then the rest of the area, a scrollable overflow scrolled area where the each chat message is one or more lines. I guess we'll enable wrapping and see. Hey there, 7152209. How are you doing? All right. So let me put this into the front end first. Don't need that. All right. Player console, source, views, activities, not panels, playing activity. It sounds super easy to make. You would think, I always think stuff is super easy to make until I get into the details. But if this is all the details I need, that's going to at least take a day. Each one of these lines is its own little mini task. That's the one thing that's deceptive about apps or games in general, is that it looks easy that I can move my character around, but there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes to coordinate that with the state machines and handle corner cases, like if I log out or log into another server and in this instance logs out, to prevent stuff like copies of the character being created, and yeah. All right, so adding a chat panel. Let's see, where do I have that? It's here somewheres. There's the playing panel. Chat will go here. Here we go. I think what I'll do is make this a separate component called chat. Or should I call it? I can call it chat. Why not? Chat. And then we'll move chat to be another component. So yeah, you'll get to see live at least how difficult or easy it is for me to add. If it's super easy, we'll be done in less than 4 hours, and I'll have more time to look into maybe some of the filtering. But this feels like at least a day, so we'll see. Let's make a new component called chat, and I'll go right ahead and make a chat.css as well. Hey, Mr. Love Pickle. Oh, they look HD? Yeah. So, a little explanation. I did not draw these recently. These were from a tile set my brother and I drew years ago. So they're kind of placeholders, although if a lot of people like the fact that they are 32 by 32, then I might keep that. Otherwise, yeah, the 16 by 16 scaled up by a factor of 2 makes it like pixelated on purpose, like low. What do you call it? If HD is high definition, what's low? LD? More retro? In that case, I might either go back and take these pieces of art and lo-fi them, make them low 16 by 16, or just draw new ones. Yeah, but right now they're just kind of just placeholder. SD, standard definition, I see. Oh yeah, whatever happened with Team Guard? We had a whole bunch of guards standing down here. Oh, you can see the Z order issue there. Hold on. My name was showing up underneath Banana Man. Look at that Z order issue. But Tropical Banana Man shows up above me. I think that's the order in which things are added. So Tropical Banana Man logged in after I did, so the sprite shows up on top of my nameplate. But if the other way around, am I being chased? I'm being chased. Aye. Yeah. So the there's no Z ordering right now, so it happens to be how the order in which things are created. All right. Yeah. So all of this art is mostly placeholder, and this was just stuff I had on hand to use. Chat.js. So let's copy from something else similar. Ticket.js maybe? And we'll reduce this down to the minimum here. I probably don't need tooltips. I might need class names. I don't know. I might need the render timestamp if we show the times that things were said. This is going to be chat. And let's reduce this down to just the component. Key spam protection works. Yeah, it logs you out and doesn't let you back in for 60 seconds. Did you get banned? Yeah. I need to loosen that up a bit and probably also have the front end cooperate, like limit you locally so that the server doesn't boot you. You could log right back in. Huh. So it kicked you, but you were able to log in. It should be a 60-second timeout if you overflow the if you surpass the rate limit. I could tell you what the rate limit is. I haven't changed it since I set it up. So threshold here it is. No, that's on the web server end. Where's the client too many messages threshold and period? So I believe this is over a 10-second period. If the average number of messages per second is over 10, then you get booted. That's what that means. So the 10-second sliding window, and it counts how many messages you did, divides by 10, and if it's greater than 10, you get booted. So that means if you in 1 second did 100 messages, you get booted. Which is kind of hard to do, but 10 per second over 10 seconds is not that hard if you spam for 10 seconds. All right, so this is chat. And chat. I'm going to keep one of these around just as a reference, but I'm going to otherwise get rid of all of the props. And reduce this. Let's just reduce it all the way down to be what is right now in the playing activity, this guy. I think I want to do it this way, where I just put that div straight in that component, and then have this one import chat. Chat from chat. See if I got that right. I'm working in the development environment right now, so I need to go to the development environment. All right, so let me sanity check here. 2 exclamation points. Yep, okay, so it's working. And I need to divide it into 2 sections. Not just as connecting. Yeah, you'll. So when that happens, you'll need to stop. Just have it cancel or stop trying, and then wait like a minute or two. Or I can set this up right now to purge the ban. Let me do that. Close that one. Do this off screen here. Python. I'm running my ban tool. Yep, you're banned right now. Let me purge the ban. Okay, so you should be able to get back in now. Yeah. All right. Yeah, the bans are temporary. It's mostly just to prevent being flooded. So it kind of backs off any source of flood. Yeah, so it probably expired by the time I did it. I did it. Yeah. You're moving around? Yep, you're moving around all right. Okay, so chat. Let's put it in, let's break it into two divs. Class name. Call that chat, and we'll call this one chat history. And we'll say chat history here. And then another div. And this will have just the components to do the input bar. Chat input bar. And then I think we'll just keep it simple for now. So there will be two things in there, an input. Actually, I guess we'll make this whole thing a form, not a div. And then that means I need to have a handler. Let me copy from another form. Yeah, it's on submit. On submit equals on submit. We need to have a submit handler, which does a prevent default. Otherwise, we navigate away from the game, which we don't want. We'll do nothing for now. Oh, I should have some state for what you're typing in. So I'm going to use a React hook. Use state. I'm getting more and more comfortable with React and Redux and React hooks now. So this will be input set input equals use state and default to nothing. And then this will have input. I do refer to other code I've written though. So it's not all in memory. Yeah, I don't want a text area, I just want one line. So where would I see that? Any one of the other dialogues, like add server form would do. Type text, yes. Hooks are fantastic. You know what I love the best about hooks? Is I no longer have any this in my JavaScript. I don't have any classes. They're all functions. So if you search for this, no results. No results for this in any of my JavaScript. With a few exceptions where I actually need to have a class. And I love it because if anything confused me in JavaScript coming from a C++ background, it was the this keyword. It has a lot of different, like funny little meanings that are different than what I expected. So return, what's wrong with here? Oh, I didn't finish this. I was referring to this one. Value and on change. Okay, value is input, on change equals, let's break this up. How about we just put that on its own line, leave the other things on their own lines, on the first line. On change field is a pattern I picked up where it's useful if you have more than one input box, you can just have a different setter for each one, and a double arrow makes this a factory of functions. So when you first evaluate this JSX, you'll say, well, I want to create a function that handles changes that use the set input setter. It'll evaluate that and returning this so that at runtime, so to speak, when you actually change the input, it'll take the input event and call the setter with the event's target's value. Very convenient. That goes there. And do I need anything else? No, it's end of tag. All right, and that's form instead of div. And I want to have a little button here for a send. Yeah. Actually, it's part of the form, right? Yeah, it's actually button type submit, right? And I want to make it a small button. I had started making CSS for that. I don't remember what it was. Let me look. Compact editor. There it was. So if I make it type name compact or class name compact, it'll make it a small button. And I'll make that a send. And I need to have a handler for that. Oh no, I don't. That's the submit. Okay, so I just need to do the CSS for this. Because how does it look now? It probably looks really weird. OnChange is not defined. That's because it's OnChange field. Yeah, so I want the history to take up the bulk of this, and I want this to be wide, and I want, yeah, so we're going to work on the style now. So we have chat. We have chat history. Chat input bar. So I believe the way that this would be easiest is to make this a display flex, and then do flex direction column, and then have the history be flex 1, and input bar be flex 0. Chat, yeah. Hey there, Clayman. Working on chat today. Let's chat in game. Now let's see if that got me further. It did not. Let me make sure this is actually set up right. So this should be display flex. Okay. And it made it wide, but not tall enough. Oh, I need it to grow, right? And not shrink. Let me make sure the entire div is not tall enough. Yeah, so chat needs to have a flex 1. There we go. So it's tall enough. I also want a little bit of margin. So let me do a margin top of, I don't know, 10 pixels. Okay, cool. And I think I want this to also be a flex so that I can make this as wide as we have space for. You don't like flex? Flex and grid, I'm still kind of playing around with which one's good for what purposes. I don't have any prior experience, so I'm coming at CSS pretty like, as pretty much a noob, a pleb. Can I have some pizza? Can I have pizza? So this will be left alone. This one's a display flex, and we can leave it as a row by default, right? And then I'll want to have rules for the input and the button. I'm not going to bother giving them class names. I'm just going to say for these specific things, they will be a flex 1, flex 0, and I think that's it. There we go. And then let's give the button some margin. Margin left 10 pixels. Okay, the logout button's too close to send. How about we move the logout to the right side of the character panel? Actually, is this the problem with all the panels? No, it's just the character panel. So let me think. Bottom right, maybe? So let me go back to the character panel. Right, I had a style for putting it all the way to the right. I just don't remember what it was named. I think it was this button bar right. Class name equals button bar right. There we go. So that now you can't accidentally hit it. And then let's see what happens if I hit enter. I should have a handler clear the input to test this, shouldn't I? This should do something like set input empty string. Testing. Okay, good. Nice. So you can just hit enter. And what happens if you hit escape? Doesn't do anything. Should escape clear the chat? We're not handling things like escape and then arrows, stuff like that. I can handle that later when we refine it. Okay, so this chat history, I guess we can have some test content to play around with it because there's nothing on the back end yet. Let's establish it in one of the reducers. I think I'll put it in session reducer. Actually, I think I added something to this recently, and I don't remember if I put it, clear it in the action that ends a session. Was it num avatar tiles? I guess we can leave it where it is. I think I added that one. Okay, so I guess we'll just make something called chat. And it'll be an array. And that means that whenever the session ends, we're going to want to clear that. So session end, make a new chat array, and then for testing, let's do something like this. So instead of an empty array, we'll do initial chat. Let's make this into a function. Initialize chat. That way we get a new array every time. Otherwise it might be it might be ineffectual, because if this was just something like that, then reinitializing it to the same object doesn't do anything. But if I make this into an arrow function and call it initialize chat, then it will make a new one every time. And then I can, for testing, I can put something in here. So line 1. Let's put a whole bunch of lines, like 10 lines. Just to play around with. And then I need to make it actually view that. So chat will pull from a prop. Let's call it chat history. It'll be state.session.chat. All right. So that means I need to populate the chat history. So that's going to be some kind of list. I guess we can use an unordered list with special style. So let's can I make this an unordered list right away? And then just change the style for that. I don't remember how to get rid of the bullets. I'll figure out in a second, but that will be here somewhere. And then this will be history. History lines, or complete would be chat history lines. And a different word from that. Chat history, how about chat history? Make this one lines. And then make this one DOM. Sure, why not? So const that equals, let's take this prop and actually bring it in here and say that dot map line to something. So this will be a list item. And then React's going to want me to give it a key. So we'll make the key, needs to be unique, and I know I want to have the chat rotate. So let's introduce another variable along with chat in the session reducer. Let's have just a rotating serial number. So I don't have to put it here. I can put it in here. Next chat line or something. And we'll have that just rotate. And I won't reinitialize it on what am I saying? I won't ever reinitialize it to 1 unless Redux, unless you reload the app. So this will continue. This will be unique then. Let's do that. Pull it in. Actually, no, I don't need it here, do I? I'm just going to assume every chat line has the sequence number in it. So that means there'll be, let's give them names. So that's line and ID, I guess. I have to put that into a parentheses to make it work. And then this will be key equals ID. Actually, can I just call it key? I think I'll just call it key. Key equals key. And then the content will be the line. That means I need to initialize the reducer a little bit better, right? So this will be, well, nothing that says I can't use negative numbers, right? So -1, why not? Nothing that says I have to. So let's do that. Go to the end, colon, or comma, K. Multi-cursor is really sweet. Only thing I can't do is make these count. There's probably an add-on for that. So, all right. I did that right, and I saved this. I should see it in the window. Let's see. Okay, so let me get rid of the bullets. I need to add more lines because I want to test the overflow as well. So let's, how many more do I need? Maybe 5 more? $13, $14, $15. Cool. So obviously we have an overflow issue right away. So let's fix that. I think what I do, I think the trick that I found before was twofold. I have to say that the chat history has a basis of 1 pixel and an overflow Y scroll or auto. Yeah, that works. So I don't know why you have to do the basis, but I found that if I just do that alone, it doesn't work. Probably because it computes the basis off of however long the unordered list is. And if you want to say, well, you need to be able to shrink down, I think it's not enough to say shrink there. It's still the basis. It doesn't go under the basis. So actually, that's how you do shrink, right? Yeah, it still doesn't work. So setting a 1, and you can't use 0 for some reason. That I really don't understand. 0 and 0 pixels doesn't work. I just, through experimentation, found that if you do 1 pixel, then it'll at least be 1 pixel, but it'll grow to be whatever you're not using. So if I shrink that down, it's still a minimum of 1 pixel, which is fine, but it grows to fill whatever extra space you have. All right, now let me try to get rid of these dots. It's probably something simple in the CSS, right? Oh, display. So I can just say display block, right? This is a list item under chat history. So chat history, list item, display block. Here we go. I forgot to mute my phone. And I didn't plug it in. Shame on me. I'm gonna run out of batteries. All right. I think I have to fix the default margin, right? It's the unordered list, right? Unordered list has some kind of default margin. Padding. Why is it inline start? Okay, we're going to turn that off though. Well, it makes me think maybe I don't need it to be an unordered list. What if I just use divs? I wanted to use unordered list because that's what it really is. I just want to style it differently. Padding inline start 0. It didn't work. Why didn't that work? Oh, because it is chat history. Yeah, never mind. It goes here. All right, getting there. That margin is a bit too high. Is that margin? What is that margin from? Top and bottom. Where is that margin set? 16. Is it margin block? Yeah, margin block. Really want 0. There we go. Actually, maybe we'll leave the block end. Actually, I could leave the start too if I get rid of the chat margin top, right? Yeah, maybe we'll go with that. So the margin is naturally given by the user agent styles. How come it doesn't want to scroll right now? Because I'm doing that? Yeah. Okay, that's that. Another thing I want, let's test this. I want, when a new chat message comes in, if we're at the bottom, it should scroll down. So let me just do a local loop here. We'll have, let's define an action that adds to the chat history. We'll end up reusing that anyway. So name, what's a good name? Like reflect chat received or something? And then let's put that into the reducer for session. All right, so the two things we're changing are chat and next chat line key. So the chat will be whatever the chat was before and then the new line. Do you use unordered list? Yeah. Maybe use list style type. List style type, I don't know what that is. You found something I don't know, so you get a point. Let's look it up, I guess. Line style type. Oh, that's to put in front. But I didn't want anything in front, but that's good to know. So I could do whatever I want. Can I turn it off with this? None. Could try that. So that would be, instead of doing display block, I guess, it would be list style type. Let's comment that out. List style type none. Oh, it did the same thing. Okay. Or did it? Is this not loading anymore? Hold on. How come the bullets have gone away? Weird. Got rid of both of them, so why is it still... Why is it doing that? What were the things I could pick from here? Circle? Because of the margin? You think so? I'm surprised. I didn't do anything to the left margin, did I? Oh, maybe I did. Hold on. I think you're right. I got rid of them. It was this one, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that means I didn't even really need to set the style. But if, let's say I wanted to set it to none, what would it do? Okay, yeah, so I still need to adjust the padding, but I don't need to display block anymore. I need to do both of them, at least. But that's maybe a little bit more expressing what I want rather than having to hack it to be display block. So I think I like that better. Thank you, Nui. All right. All right, so next we'll have it advance it. And that is state dot at +1. Oh, and this has to be embedded. Line. So let's break this out. Three dots. And then key is this one. So it automatically gets a key and we capture the line, and now I can dispatch to just pretend we received it as soon as we sent it. You have something to make each message stand out? Oh, sorry, I missed that. Like when you have a long line that breaks, does it continue? Oh, I haven't tested that yet. Let me test that in a second. Let's see. What was I doing? Oh, I was going to do the submit. So the submit would be, before we set the input to empty, we'll you have a temporary prop here. Actually, let's make it a permanent prop that will just make it into a different action later. I guess we'll have it send chat. And right now it'll be reflect chat received. This is line, and then this will be line. So it should just feed back to us. And then on send chat is a prop, and we can call it from here. Input. There we go. Chat is not defined in the session reducer. That's because it's state.chat. All right, so test. It didn't do it. Okay. Let's look at Redux and see what's going on. So it's in the action. States are equal. That's not good. So the reducer reflect chat received didn't work. I did save this. I don't understand. Oh, is it because I had this backward? Oh, yeah, yeah. That needs to be front. Otherwise, it's going to overwrite what we do. Okay, so I want to kind of get this auto scroll. Right now, if you hit send, it doesn't auto scroll. So I want it to auto scroll. That might be a little tricky, right? How would I know the scroll position of this? I might have to get a ref from React to get access to that DOM element, right? This thing. And it's not going to be in the CSS, right? It's some kind of, the scroll state is something in the DOM object. I know what I can do. I can just do the ref thing and then just peek at it right now. So chat, we'll do use ref, and I forget how this works because I haven't used it much. Let me search. Let's do what Nui asked me about first. So let's make a really long line. So it's just going to wrap it, looks like, by default. That might be okay. If I wanted to indent the second line, you're saying I would do something like list style type? Let me look up what list style type is. Oh, list style type and then like a dash. What does it look like in the CSS? Just like a dash. And then I'd have to turn off the padding in line start. Did that work? I don't think that's working. That works. How come I can't like use a custom character? Can I just not use a string? That worked. I just can't use a string, apparently. Can I do a thumbs up? That's very important to me. Okay, that doesn't work. I wonder if it's something that's the browser support is limited. I think they probably mean just differentiate between lines so you don't get confused between two messages. Oh, hey there, Mud Ribbit. I'm okay. I'm reading here to see if I did something wrong in setting the what's it called again? The list style type to a string, because it doesn't seem to work here. It's just using the normal bullets, unless I mess something up. Hold on, what is this? It says it would work. Maybe it's just not supported in Chrome. Only Firefox, ah. Oh well. So I'm kind of limited to these kinds of things, I guess. But at the bottom it says it, huh? String.
Nope. I wonder why not. Maybe it's just not popular enough. Anyway, let's put it back to none. And I think I'm gonna. I'll be okay with it wrapping. I think for now, because what I'm gonna end up doing is having a prefix for every line that is styled in a certain way, so you know it's the beginning of a message. Another thing is that these items could be styled so that when it wraps it indents, right? I'll work on that later. What I kind of am interested to fix right now is to make it auto scroll. I'm pretty sure I need to do a ref for that. I forget what the parameter to ref is. I guess I'll look it up. Ref hook. Yeah, what's the initial value? And that sets the current when you put it in JSX? Okay. So then it has to be null to begin with. Okay. So const chat history equals use the ref null, and then make a ref down here in the JSX. I did that right, didn't I? Yes. And then here, let's do a debugger, I guess. Or no, let's just do a console log. Then let's flip to console, and then oh yeah, I saw that nested block thing. I haven't looked at it yet. So that's when it was not scrolled. So there's probably like a scroll position thing in here. Oh, guess who's scratching at the door to be let back in? And then you use element scroll into view. Sounds like a plan. I was wondering how you'd handle that one. Well, I'm kind of don't know exactly what to do, so I'm just investigating like what do I have available in the DOM. It's just one way of doing it. Another way would be to look it up. Hold on, I'll be right back to get the intruder. Intruder alert. Say hello. Kitty. He's like, let me down. Put me down. Put me down. Good kitty. Yeah, very cute, very grumpy. I told myself that whenever he interrupts my stream to get like let in or out, that he's got to do a face reveal on camera. Scroll into view is maybe in here. I don't see actually scroll into view. Let's look it up. So this would be MDN scroll into view element. Oh, okay. So maybe I don't even need the DOM for the list. I just need the DOM for each item. I know. I could find it by key. Let's do that. Let's find the last item by key. So I would know the last item by the last item's key by just looking at the last element here and the key field, and then I can look up the li with that, right? So I can say so I'm gonna rebuild this entire element for every chat line. That seems expensive to me. I can see that if I look at the elements, right? So, or is React smart enough to do this the right way? It's gonna re-render, right? It's gonna re-render, but add a new one. Yeah, see, it popped up a little. It glowed. The li glowed for a little bit, so it added an element. It didn't adjust the previous elements, and these elements all have. Can't see them because they're in the DOM, but they should have keys, right? Actually, I guess I expected to see a key property on these LIs. How come I don't? Not complaining about it. Maybe it's there. So let me find them. Const last line, last key, I guess. Key isn't a prop, but it would be an. Let's see, why doesn't it show up in the element inspector? Maybe I need to be looking at it with React. And no, I clicked the wrong one. So it's in the React tree, but not in the DOM. It's internal. How would I get it back out? I suppose I have to actually give it an ID too, right? I can do that. Just construct one. It's like this, right? And then chat, and then we'll just use the key here. That's if I wanted to get it through the DOM, right? Oh, I don't need, oh no, those are negative. Yeah, so the first positive one would be chat 1, chat 2, okay, good. So I could just look at the last line's key. So the last key would be chat history lines. Actually, and this is only going to be if there's actually something in the chat. So let's do if chat history lines length is greater than 0. Dot key, right? Key. And then it's like find element by ID, right? Last line. Last line is chat history dot. I used to know how to do this a long, long time ago. It's something on element, right? So I could do scroll into view, and that would just solve it, but I'm just kind of curious. Actually, what I want to do is scroll into view the new one that's added. So that would be something to do post render. But right now, I'm just curious to see if I can get it. So that is I thought it was find element by ID or something like that. Maybe it's a method. by tag name. Oh, when in doubt, search. So mdn get element by ID. On document or window. Oh, there you go. It is get document. So we don't need the chat history really. I don't know if I do need document at all, but let's do it. All right, let's just see what happens here. Oh, I found it. I can't look at it alone, so let's just log both of them. Oh, I can. It's just not something I can look at. Why not? How come I can't look at? Strange. I mean, I guess I can look at it in the debugger. Yeah, I'll just look at it in the debugger. And I need to have, actually, this should just work, right? Yeah. Okay. What is that last line? Yeah, I don't know why I can't console log that, but I can look at it here. So it'll have a prototype. Well, it's an element, right? So, proto, right? Yeah, so I can... Actually, how come I don't see scroll into view? Oh, because it's inherited? Wow, that's quite a lot of stuff here. Element, here we go. Scroll into view, okay. I'm mostly doing this to explore because I'm not as experienced at the DOM stuff. All right. I don't need to do any of this, right? I really just need... Okay, so getting close would be to do just something like last line scroll into view. That'll not get the line just added. It'll get the previous one, right? Let me confirm that's what I get. If I do test, it should go down to line 15, yeah. What I want to do is I want to do that if we just added one and we were seeing if the last one was already in view. So I don't remember this. It's in the React hooks though. I think it's effect. They talked about to do something post render. Oh, is it the hook? Effect hook happens after the render, so I could just use an effect hook. After. After. So I could just use an effect hook. You see a mouse here that even when... Oh, like a real live mouse? Eek! Not the computer variety. I'm guessing it's the actual rodent variety. Ooh. Yikes. Yeah, I think I need an effect hook. Use effect. Right now, this will always scroll down so I'll have to make it conditionally scroll only if we just added a line at the end. Hey there, Rally Monkey, you're semi-back, huh? Things are going okay. I am getting to the nitty-gritty details of scrolling chat here. So I added the chat thing. It's all local on the front end. There's no back-end support for it. So I'm trying to get it to work right now where if you enter a chat thing, it'll scroll to the bottom, and it's scrolling almost to the bottom, but I need to have it scroll after the line is added, not before, not on the submit, but after it's done. And I think I have to use an effect hook for that. It's just use effect, right? And then I have to give it a function of some kind. And then tell it how often to do it. And I think if you... I always forget this. You give it either an empty list or you give it nothing, it does it every single time. Oh, by default. Okay, so by default it just does it after every time. So here I could just do the same thing. I can move that here, and now it'll always scroll to the bottom every time. Test. Problem is if we're scrolled up looking at chat and then someone else chats, it's gonna lock. So I need to know when we're scrolled to the bottom and when we're not. Scrolling issue, yeah. So I need to make this conditional now. It has to actually get access to that ref. Can we have do we have access to that ref? Let me see if I do a console.log chat history. What do I see? And then go to console. And then if I add something here, right? Every time I hit a key, it's doing it. So it's re-rendering every key press, which is fine. And then what happens if I scroll up and hit a key? What I'm interested to see here is, can I see the scroll position? I think it's scroll top, but I'm not sure. What happens if I inspect something that's already logged? Can I see what the scroll type was there? Or will it just tell me the same thing? It might be the same thing. Let me look it up. That's 105 scroll top, height is 320. What's this one? Yeah, well, same numbers. What does the content show here? A test in it, and then what does the previous one have in it? How about up these? I look at the very first one. I'm just wondering if they're captured by reference then. Yeah, so this log is not showing me what it was back then. It was showing me what it is now. Let me look this up. So MDN scroll top. Okay. The number of pixels that an element's content is scrolled vertically. The measurement of the distance from the scroll's top to its topmost visible content. So can I get scroll bottom, or do I have to do some calculation based on scroll height? And let's see. There's no scroll bottom. I can get scroll height, right? That's the total height of the content, including content not visible, right? So I can do height minus top. Client height? It looks like I can just do scroll height minus scroll top. But let me see which one of us is let's Maybe I should print both of them. Let me do that here. Instead of console logging this, I'll do top chat history dot scroll top. Height. Well, scroll height. And then client height. Let's see what we get. Undefined. Undefined. Why is it undefined? Okay. Got a text message. Current. I need to go to current? Oh, because it's a ref. Okay, alright. That's the problem. Yeah, okay. So const well, yeah, let's call it something else. Let's call this one the ref, and then I'll just say that's current. There we go. Easy peasy. 46, yeah, ref. Right. Well, I wanted to see what that client height is. I'm curious. Okay, yeah, so client height is probably 215 probably matches the element. Yeah, see, it says 215.22, so that's the height of this, not counting the margin. And then that's the physical height, and then the scroll height is the virtual height. And then let's see, if I put it at the top here. See, so it was at the top, and then when I hit the button, it went to the bottom. So I can look at if I am going to use the client height, right? Because it's if the top plus the client height equals the scroll height, then we're at the bottom, right? 105 plus 215 is 320. This is exactly what I want. So thank you for that, Mud Ribbit. You saved me a bit of time looking up client height. Therefore, I'm going to give you future points. I'll give you 2 points for that. Future points that you can't use right now, but in my game, maybe someday you'll be able to use. Okay, so chat. Yeah, thank you for the help. Let's see. Let's do the arithmetic here. We want to scroll in submit, right? If the last render told us that no, we want to scroll on this if we were locked before. So how would I know if we were locked before? I would I guess I would do it in the render, right? No, let me think about this. Do I want another state variable? Yeah, exactly, Rally Monkey. No, and it's not company stock even. It's options, right? That someday you'll be able to what is it? Is it called exercise the option? You'll be able to exercise the option to get something in something, right? Trying to think about this the right way. I want to do the scroll into view in the effect because that's post render. But I don't want to do it all the time. It's conditional. And the condition we need to compute on submit actually. So when we well, not on submit, but it's actually the previous render needs to know. So there needs to be some memory. And actually they talked about that in the effect hook here. They talked about getting some memory, right? Or was it in the blog entry that the React developer who used it talked about? I think it was in that. What was that blog entry again? That was a React effect blog. Books. I'll find the guy. It's only a matter of time. mm, Actually, what if I have memory in here? Or state? No, no, hold on. I remember it was he was using it with set timeout. I was hoping to see it in the results here. I'm not seeing it. How would I find this again? What's the name of the React developer blog? React developers. React lead developer. Abramov, that's right. Yes, thank you very much. It wasn't Egghead.io. It was Overreacted. That's right. Overreacted. Okay. Now he had a blog entry about. Here it is. Thank you. I'll give you another point for that, for helping me remember. Okay. Right. He had a custom hook. Okay, he just used a ref to hold on to stuff between calls. An effect returned a function? Yeah, I don't want to see the first attempt. I want to see the final attempt. The only thing I don't understand is this. Is that on cleanup? Let me find this. Actually, that would be back here, right? Probably explains it. Effects with cleanup. Here we go. When exactly does it clean up after effect? When the component unmounts. Okay. So if I need to do something on unmount, I would do it in a function I return from use effect. Okay, so if I want the previous, I would just have a ref then. So const previous. How about we will have scroll lock. And we'll default it to true. And we'll say in this one, yeah, it's just simple, right? If scroll lock current, then do this stuff, and this stuff will be actually it's just I can just manipulate the scroll position directly, right? I don't even have to do scroll into view. I'm guessing I can, right? Can I just change the scroll top? I can set it, okay. I can just set the scroll top. So chat history dot scroll top equals chat history scroll height minus chat history client height, right? Isn't that all I need to do? And this should keep it locked continuously. Now I have to unlock it if we scroll. Yeah, see now it's constantly locked. And even if I scroll up, it'll relock at the moment I re-render. So let me have it when we scroll. There's like an event for scrolling, right? I want to unlock it if it scrolls up. Would that be listed here? Probably not. I don't really know how to navigate and find events. MDN element scroll event. Scroll event, okay. So on scroll, I can do add event listener. I'm just gonna guess, is there an on scroll? Yeah, there is. Hold on. Actually, here they are. The property of element. So is there an on scroll? Huh, okay. Let's just attach it then. So that is this one. Just break this out here. It's got a class name, it's got a ref, and there's an on scroll. On scroll chat history. All right. Actually, I don't care about the event, so I'll just do that. And then I'll say if actually we can just say scroll lock dot current. Actually, how do you set a ref? Is it just current equals? You probably did it in that blog entry, right? Yeah, okay. You can just say set the current. Oh, I wanted mine to rerun every time, didn't I? Actually, could I have it conditionally run only if that number changes, maybe? I don't know. So this is true if these are equal. And I'll need to get that out, won't I? So using the ref. Let's console log that to see if it's working. Locked. Scroll lock current. All right, let's try it out. Oh, look at that. So if we're not locked, then if we are locked, yay, look at that. Okay, did it initially lock or not? I don't know if it did. No. That's an issue, isn't it? If I wanted to initially scroll to the bottom, is that another use effect? So only once? I think so. Use effect. And make it do it only once you do an empty list, I think. So here I want it to scroll to the bottom, so it's the same thing. So let me take this logic out and make it a helper after here. Actually, is that, where was it? It was this part right here, right? Yes. I need to be very careful though, because, oh no, actually it should be fine. So const lock, or scroll to bottom of chat history equals, and it's not conditional at all. It's just that. And then just do that. And then this just always does it once. Okay, let's see if I got it. I don't think it did it. It's locked false, it didn't do it. So let me see when this is done. Scrolling to bottom. And up here we'll say scrolling to bottom if locked. Scrolling to bottom if locked, scrolling to bottom. Why did it do that? No, and this didn't even work. Oh, I think it's the order in which you do it. Okay, so maybe this isn't computing it correctly. Let me look at this up. Let's print these out again. Too bad I had that before and I have to write it again. Okay, so this. Let's do it beforehand. Yeah, one of these variables might be wrong, so, or not what I expect, right? So client. Did I compute this wrong? Actually, when did I call this? When it scrolls. So it'll scroll initially, and then it says, oh, it's not at the bottom. Let me print that again there. Oh, there's something going on. There's 5 pixel difference in client height at the time. I wonder if it's rendering and then changing. Okay, it's changing the client height. I wonder if I'll have see weird things. Yeah, see it's locked. So it locks as soon as I grow it a little bit. And then I can unlock it by scrolling up. I wonder if I should have a handler for if the client size changes, I'll have to relock it. Rescroll it, I mean. Is there an on client size changed? MDN. Client size change event. How to detect if a div's dimension changed? Very efficient way if it's changed. If you use that library. I don't want to use the library though. What the heck? Resize observer? Ugh. Okay, there's a resize event. You can't bind the resize event to a div though. That won't work. How about more generically, callback when a React callback when div size changes. I wonder if I'm jumping down a rabbit hole with this. Aware of dimensions. Yeah, that's just some library. That's jQuery. Well, let's look at it anyway. So poll the element size. Actually, I'm already seeing the size, right? I wonder if I already have all the data I need. So let's reload that. So we see it 212 pixels. 212. And then all of a sudden we see it change. What if I track what the client height was in the previous test? And then if it changes, then we reevaluate if we should scroll. And when is that called? That's chat 46. So it actually gets a scroll event. Okay, actually I can use that. The scroll event happened at that point, and if it does, okay, so I need another ref. Const last chat history height, and we'll initialize it. The very first time was chat 28, right? Yeah, so here, so we can grab it here. Actually, we're gonna grab it on we're gonna grab it here, and then every time on a scroll happens. So current equals, I need access to that again. Chat history dot client height. And yeah, whenever we scroll, we'll check. If it's not equal, really, it reads better if the current height is not equal to the last, then we should evaluate if it's if it was locked previously. Actually, I should just always use the previous height instead of using it there. Actually, that's even better. and then update it. Yeah. Right, and then just update it. It didn't work. Let's print out the last here. Oh, this isn't right. That's probably what it was. It's current, not client height. I wonder if that was what caused it to not work. So it remembers. So it is locked. Cool. It just didn't scroll it completely down. I guess I gotta do a re-scroll if it's not quite right. If the two don't, if it, right, okay, if the two change, let me do another scroll inside of the scroll thing. That sounds dangerous, but... So we'll say if it's locked, and I guess it's a little bit more math here. If it's not equal to the actually, we assigned it here, so I can just use the same logic. Actually, then I can make this whole thing a helper. I'll do that in a second. So let's say console.log re-scrolling. And that will be setting the scroll top again. Where do I do that? That's on this effect, right? Oh, scroll to bottom. Here we go. Gotta get pixel perfection. There we go. So, scrolling to bottom if locked. Locked, true. Re-scrolling, so we scroll again. And it didn't change, right? So now we're no longer locked. Now we're locked, and if I change the height, it unlocked us. How did it do that? It's locked. It's resizing up. We're no longer locked. Interesting. So the scroll position isn't changing as we shrink it up. Actually, that makes sense, is that if I increase the client height, the scroll position changes, but if I decrease it, it won't necessarily change. Actually, I don't really care about making it perfect. How often are people going to resize the window? Not often. So I can just assume that they're not changing the main window screen, and it should still work, right? So if I unlock it and then I do this, and then I relock it and do that. And I can even make a button like they have sometimes where it's like scroll to bottom. Yeah, okay, I'm okay with this. We'll just leave it the way it is. Let me clean it up a little bit by making this logic. Is that the same as that? Oh no, it's not equal. So let's make this a helper. To make that a helper, okay, let's copy a bunch of stuff here. Your bot was kicked off again. Why was it kicked off? Newies is still there. I don't know why yours get kicked off. Oh, was it, you're using Firefox, right? It's the Firefox time ping or pong thing. Yeah, I haven't looked into that yet. Oh, you're using Chrome. Then why did you get disconnected? Maybe it was the WebSocket might have just gotten randomly disconnected. Hey there, Shake Soda. How are you doing? Today I'm adding a chat window down here, and it looks like this. I have just test content in here. I was working on getting this to scroll lock. So like if you're at the bottom here, it'll auto scroll as new things come in, and then if you're looking back at chat history and then more chat comes in, it doesn't scroll. And I got that working reasonably well just by doing it not brute force, but doing it manually without using anyone's library. So I'm kind of happy about that. There's a little bit of grossness in the logic to figure out if we're scrolled to the bottom or not, because things like the client height changes, the scroll top has to be compared to the difference between the scroll height and the client height, and so I'm just kind of trying to clean that up right now. So this is what's the adjective? I guess is the right word. Is chat history scrolled to is chat history scrolled to bottom? Just trying to put the logic in one place, and that logic is this part. I need the chat history, and that's it, right? So I just return this. And then this becomes that. And this becomes not that. There we go. And that can probably get rid of the console locking now. Cool. And then unlock. And then relock. Nice. You're closing laptop and later open it again. You got invalid state error and attempt is made to use an object is no longer usable. Interesting. I'll have to look into that at some point, Nui. I haven't tested things like having the browser sleep and then have it lose a network connection while it's asleep. You haven't got a current task for today worked out, and your stream is a bit contingent on that. Oh, like you like to have a current task before you start? Yeah, I have the same thing. So like, I try to get a plan of what I'm gonna do. So like, I was up at 3 a.m. and I hadn't yet written this. I'm like, oh, I forgot to do this. So I have the same issue. If I don't have a plan for the next day, I'm like, what am I gonna do? Isn't there a test you can run on your WebSocket server? A test. I'm not sure exactly what the context is. You mean the problem that Nui was running into? Probably, I could arrange a test. Yeah, I'll look at it at some point. Let me clean up the console logs. I don't need them anymore, right? I don't need these console logs. So hopefully it's reasonably easy to understand this code. So that's how we scroll to the bottom. This does what? This is a one-time always scroll to the bottom to start with. And this is if we're locked scroll, and this happens every time a change happens. And then we use this when we scroll. Say if we're scroll locked. Right, first, figure out if we're scroll locked. And then update the history. So this is to overcome the client height changing when we first start. So if we were locked and now we're not, relock us. So yeah, this is a workaround for an issue about the client height changing after it first renders. This will probably break on everyone else's browser but mine, right? You'll get into a modeling stream if you can sort out the next step on any current stuff up front. Okay. That's just blocked on more things than you like. Yeah, I know how that feels. Yeah. Well, sometimes you need extra sleep, and sleep is important, so yeah. I wouldn't feel bad. You'd have that energy ready when you're going to be streaming. All right, this is kind of gross, but I'll go with it. Maybe I'll button it up and clean it up, refactor it later. Right, for right now, it should suffice. Let me make sure I got rid of all the console logs. Cool. All right, so right now the chat is just reflecting back directly, and I can check this in, and then the next step will be to do the backend stuff. Let me check this in. Yeah, just delays. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so this is the front end work. Well, it's not completely done, but this is enough to test the chat controls. So add chat controls. Currently looping back locally. This is chat view and controls. Okay, looking back at the plan. So I did that. So reflecting incoming chat as actions, I need to do that. And this rotating out old chat I need to do. I'm doing the storing of new chat. I'm not doing the rotation out of old chat. I was just thinking the view should handle that automatically because every time we render, it will do a map of all chat history lines, so we should be okay. So we'll rotate out old lines. As long as we have unique IDs, that's fine. React will figure it out, right? And then let's do that next, because then I can make sure it works locally. That is a change to the reducer. Where are you, reducer? Here you are. So should I just have a hard-coded number here? Like max chat history. And let's see, I have 15 test lines. Let's set it to 16. So I can type once to have one more line, but then the second line it should destroy the first line. And then that we'll use down here in the reducer. Reflect chat received. Let's construct this out here. So let new chat equal this. Let me hold on to this for now. Like the Autobahn test suite. I haven't heard of that. Well, let me look into that later. So I'm going to form the new chat like this. And then what I'll do is I'll say while... It should only loop 0 or 1 times, right? While new chat dot length... is it size? Length, right? Yeah, array length. While it's greater than this variable that I wanted to use. Then I need to do a pop, right? No, I want to remove the front one. How do you do that? I guess, is it splice? Removes elements from an array and, if necessary, inserts new elements in their place. What would that mean to me? Let me look it up in something more convenient. You can send a link, sure. So this is array splice shift. That sounds like what I want, actually. Ah, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mudribbit. Okay, so let me copy the link first, and then let me glance at it. It's a glance at it, okay? It's some kind of test suite. I didn't know about this. Be useful to try this out. Oh, cool. I could have used this like back when I did WebSockets in the first place. That's worth a few more points. I'm gonna say that's worth 5 points. Because I could really use this. Not today, but when to make to make sure that I don't have any more bugs on my WebSocket stuff. Yeah, because I can just point it at things and run it. Fuzzing, there we go. Worth all the points. Yeah. Cool. Thank you for that. 715209. Good stuff. All right, yeah, I'm going to do shift. And then this has to return new chat. Okay, let's try it out. So I'll just have, this is line 16, and then we have line 17. Oh, there you go. Easy peasy. Look at that. It's a scrolling chat history. So I can, I don't know, let's set it as something reasonable. 1,000. And then we don't need an uninitialized chat anymore to have test stuff in it. And then we're good to go, right? I'm noticing that it's not clearing out the input. Did I screw something up there? On submit. Oh, yeah, I did. So that should be set input to empty string. I don't know how that line got removed. I wanted to clear the box every time. Nice. Okay, cool. Very happy with that. How am I deleting the chat over 1000? So I'll show you that again. In the reducer, I made a variable called max chat history. And then what we do is first we form the new chat as an array by adding a new line at the end. So take the old chat array and spread it, add the new line. And then it just shift if I just kept this generic. That way, like, let's say I make max chat history a variable, and then like I could make it so that you could set it in your preferences. If you might reduce it to 100, and then it would just shift out 900 of them if it went from 1,000 to down to 100. So yeah, there might be a easier way. I guess a splice would be easier, right? Like then I wouldn't need to do a while loop. Do I care? Just keep it shift for now. What is... It's slice, I guess. Yeah, so I could do a slice. Or what is the difference between slice and splice? Okay, splice changes in place. That's sort of what I want. I don't know. Would it like the browser? It's not like you'd change that number very often, maybe only once. Pop removes from the end. I want to remove the oldest line. There's no way it would lag the browser? Yeah, so splice might be more appropriate here, right? I would say if, then splice. And then what are the argument orders? Start. Okay, so start would be just the difference, right? That minus that is the start. Delete count. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's 0. The delete count is how many to remove. Actually, that might work. Let me try it out. Let's reduce it down to, I don't know, 5. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. That worked. Well, this is more efficient because it's just a conditional and then do it all at once. Where did it go? It's just a conditional, so we don't so it's only if your chat history reaches to the maximum, and then it's still one function call, and it's equivalent to a shift, right? If this computes to 1, it's the same as shift. But if you change this as a variable, then instead of having a loop where it's like you shift off one at a time, this would delete them all in one shot. So, oh, so I don't even need the conditional? Well, I don't want it to do it if it's negative though, right? Only if it's 0. So I could do... I should still have the conditional because what happens if that's negative? It lagged your browser? It could be that your whatever you had in your array was a large object. Check the docs. Let's check the docs. It's always a good idea. What is delete count as negative? Ah. Well, in that case, I should specify, but if I don't, what happens? I don't know. I guess it's, we can do that. Actually, then I can just chain it with that, right? I can't do that because it's self-referential. There, I can do that. Hey, Spheris, how are you doing? I'm adding a chat in my game. It looks like this, and we're just testing the rolling chat history by artificially limiting it to 5 messages at once. And the chat is local loopback right now. It hasn't gone into the game yet. That's next step. But I got this all worked out, so some cool features of it. Let me put this back to like 100 or so. It has an auto scroll lock. So see how it... Oh, it messed up there. Huh, how am I going to fix that? Anyway, once you get it to lock right there, it stays locked. That initial... oh, I bet it's because the scroll bar popped into view. What if I change the CSS to always do the scroll bar? So scroll instead of auto. And why did that not reload completely? That was weird. Oh, because it was CSS only. Let's see if that fixes it. Nope. So there's some kind of initial on it. It loses the lock initially. But once it is locked, it stays locked. And then if you scroll back in chat history, it stays unlocked until you go to the bottom of it again. And then it goes back, relocks again. Shouldn't the username be shown at the start of the chat line? I haven't put it in there yet. And hey there, Bugfound. Oh, you've been here before. You've been here for a couple hours. Sorry. I didn't know. I forgot you were here. This will be multi-user chat, so that I have yet to put that information into the chat lines. Can we inject HTML? I don't think it will work. Let's see. I don't know, strong. Yeah, so it doesn't it doesn't care about injection. It's automatically encoding it probably. And we can thank React for that. Although that's strange, it shows it there. I guess we can't see the encoding of it this way, right? Yeah, welcome back, I guess. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so I think it's encoded, otherwise that would show up differently, wouldn't it? How do I see this? Properties, inner HTML. There we go. Illegal. Okay, I can't. Is it HTML element? How come I can't do that? Script. Yeah, I think it's encoded. Even though it shows that, it's not actually interpreting it like that. I think it's just the debugger is trying to print it nicely. I think the actual inner HTML has these encoded so that they don't show up as elements in the DOM. Or maybe what it's doing is it's putting that directly into the as a text node. So it's bypassing the HTML parser. You can just right click it for raw or double click. Huh. Yeah, it's not showing the encoding. Oh, there you go. Edit HTML shows that it's encoded that way. There you go. All right, so we're safe. We're safe from injection attacks. Yeah, I think it's the Chrome debug tools are sanitizing it. Or right, you're right. React, when I constructed it, it sanitized it. So the way I put it in was through this map, right? So it's, I guess when you put it in braces, it sanitizes it. Pretty smart, huh? Yeah, I think for it to not sanitize it, you'd have to make it JSX. So I would have to, what would I have to actually have to do? I would have to say like something equals line, but in, yeah, how would I do that? Yeah, anyway. Oh, dangerously set inner HTML. Got it. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, I get curious about how that stuff works, so I don't mind making little diversions to look into that stuff. Anyway, there's, do I care about fixing the one bug about that it doesn't initially keep the scroll lock? I would have to put in my debugging again, but it scrolled once and then stopped scrolling. Why would it stop scrolling? Maybe it's off by a few pixels. What if I make it like not, doesn't have to be exactly on? This is just a guess. This is scrolled to bottom, like not that it needs to be exact, but it needs to be close enough. So that would be that it could be a few pixels less. So this minus that, right? Yeah. So that minus that minus that is less than or equal to some number. How about we'll do 5? Yeah, that fixed it. So it was just a few pixels slop. Yeah, exactly. Shake soda. So now you lock the scroll bar if you're within 5 pixels. So there, I just move 1 pixel, it scrolls me back down. But if I scroll more than 5 pixels away, it's unlocked now. And then I don't have to get it all the way to the end to lock it again. You can get it just a few pixels away. Okay, it was more than 5 there. Just a few pixels, like 2 or 3. Like that. Nope, too far away again. Yeah, all right. Touch scrolling. Yeah, I haven't gotten into mobile stuff at all yet. Rally Monkey was showing me how, like, on his Surface Pro, these buttons don't even work very well. Like, you had to tap these buttons, like, a bunch of times before it even registers that you're holding it down. So, got a lot of work to do for mobile. You're expected to scroll to bottom when you submit some text. Well, okay, we can do that too. But right now, the only way to get chat in there is to submit. But yeah, you're right. I can put that in there now that I'm reasonably sure that this scroll unlock will work correctly. Let me do that. So I guess before we do this, we'd scroll to the bottom, right? So this immediately, right? So now it's always going to stay locked no matter what I do. Even if I try to unlock it, the moment I submit, it's relocked. Cool. If the chat is busy, there's basically no scroll bar. If the chat is busy, there'll still be a scroll bar, but it might be hard to seize it at first, right? I have the same problem sometimes with like busy chat in Twitch. It'll move on receive if it's locked. So if chat is, we'll see it later. You guys can play with it when I actually push it, and then you can tell me what you think. How about that? we don't have to get it perfect now. I can get it close enough, and then you guys can tell me, oh, yeah, it's almost right, but do this little change. Right? Let's get it into the game, and then we'll test it out. So I'm removing the debugging. I'm adding a max. Oh, I wanted to make that a little bit larger. I think 100 is too small. We'll do 1,000. And I'll leave that in for maybe testing later. The splice, correct, okay. I wonder if I can get rid of the scroll thing now. Let me see if I can get rid of that. I'd like it to be auto. Okay, yeah, I can do that. Although should I always show the scroll bar? It might be a little weird to have it like suddenly appear. If it was always there, then you know that there's going to be... Yeah, I'm going to leave it like that. Yeah, well... Oh, it's Mr. Balrog. Do the little Mr. Balrog dance. Have you been in very, very busy channels like Kitboga or, I don't know, some game streamer where it's scrolling really fast? Sometimes it's hard to access chat because if you reach the max chat history, it starts auto-scrolling anyway. And that's going to be true in my game too. It'll be hard to stay focused on one line of chat because it'll just starts shifting through the history, and eventually you'll lose it entirely. That's some wild scrolling, yeah. So I'm going to call this further refinement of scrolling chat. And we'll say allow some slop in the scroll lock to handle cases such as the scroll lock being unlocked when a line is added that causes the history to length to grow beyond the client's height. The most important feature, do you plan to support emotes in chat? Yes, but it can't be emotes from other places like Twitch that own the rights to them. So probably, I mean, it should support Unicode already. How do I test that? Let me just grab BugFound's emotes and see. I mean, those should work. Yeah. So there you go. All the Unicode emotes should work. But yeah, I can't put stuff like Kappa in there because we don't own the rights to that. But if you drew your own emote, we could support that. And that would be through, instead of just allowing only text, I suppose when we add the line here, it would have to be checking for emote signatures and replacing them, just like what Twitch does. Just buy the rights to Kappa. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I recognize that people will probably want to donate art, both for tiles and also for emotes, so I think I will have a mechanism for that. Yeah, there you go, Kappa clause. Just email Twitch about it. Yeah, we can use Atom art, right? There we go. We can, and the ones that, yeah, so the ones that Raimi drew with the cacti. Yeah, we could get permission from Adam to do Atom art. Yeah, why not? So yes, we'll have emote support, but it'll be limited to the ones we have rights for. Or more specifically, that I have rights to show that, you know, that I have permission to show. Yeah, Those emotes are all fun, aren't they? Okay, I allowed some slop. Also, remove test chat lines and implement cap on chat history. Shift, right, with shifting window. And then always show vertical scroll bar for chat. All right. Scroll to bottom of chat when submitting any chat to submitting any chat. There we go. And that's it. All right, so right now it is looping back. So let me change it to break that loop. So this on send chat right now does that directly. Let's actually let's first copy that to the middleware that handles incoming server messages. So let's envision that the server will have a new message. Let's just call it chat. Chat on chat. And in here I'll do that. So it'll be const on chat. And then the line will be message.line. We'll have other things that we decode from the message. Should I just put them in now? No, we'll do it incrementally. So we'll just have chat lines, and then I'll add things like who sent it and when, and all other stuff. Yeah, we'll just do the line at first. So that's anything incoming now will be routed here, and then this should just go to a different action where we route it out. So how about send chat? And then that is another action. Send chat. I haven't checked the game in a while. Anybody creating new characters? Nope. Anybody reporting any new issues? Nope. Okay. Anybody run into any bugs today? So we have 4 people logged in now. I'm not logged in. I think mine had an inactivity timeout. Yep. So it's like if you don't move for half an hour, it will lock you out. Okay, Shake Soda. Have a great stream. Yeah. The thing I'm scared about with chat is this stuff. Is when it gets abused, I need to have stuff in place to prevent people abusing it or to punish abuse, that kind of thing. Clayman is moving around. The question is Clayman automating the movement too? I know Nui's is automated with a script. Send chat. Okay, so send chat is... Which middleware will handle that? Stage? Yeah, because it's start move, stop move is in there. Yeah, it's as good a place as any. Okay. Const send chat line, action line. And then I'm gonna need, misspelled it. Need dispatch. You wrote a bot as well? Just randomly presses directions? Huh. Well, now is probably a good time to bot this because the rules are very simple. You can move anywhere within this square. There's no collision. It'll become increasingly more difficult to bot as I like add collision and background and other things in the game. So chat is not live yet, but it will be. Yeah, right now you'll see chat will go here. I haven't yet pushed it. Oh, and it doesn't even compile. So what you see when you're seeing me work on the test environment is like not yet pushed. Okay, send chat. I need to do send to game. Yeah, I need one of these. Send to game. Let's just call it chat. You just call it chat. So either direction. Yeah, why not? Keep it simple. The line is the line. Actually, I don't even have to do that. I can just abbreviate. There we go. I know there are some issues on Opera. People were reporting. Also, what was it? There was another browser. The my use of Flex and CSS Flex and Grid is problematic in some of those browsers. You have no arrows? Make sure you're on the right tab. Also, you can use the keyboard arrow keys, or WASD, or you can even use the keypad, the numpad. I can't use the numpad in the administrator view because I don't have a character in the game as an admin. If I hit that key, I actually get logged out temporarily, and then I come back. Rock'em sock'em rhymus. Yeah, check, like I said again, that you're on the character panel. Profile panel has the avatar selection now. No arrows or chat will go. So is it that you just see the stage only? You don't see any. You don't see any of the other things around. You don't see that, and you don't see any of the panels. Probably something with CSS. Man, sorry about that. I don't have a good Opera setup right now. That'll probably be one afternoon where I'm like, okay, I'll boot up my Mac or I'll get Opera installed and I'll just see what's going on. Well, thanks for the follow, John Wick. All right, so this will send it to the server and this will receive it back. So this is mapped to send. So right now it will do what? Test. This server will probably be like, oh, I don't know what that means. Yeah, received unrecognized chat message. So let's implement that in the back end. Did I get all the front end stuff checked in? Nope. Yeah, okay, I forgot to check this in. So this is disconnect the local loop on chat, and now it's end to end. At least the front end stuff is done. So remove local chat loop. Actually, you know what I should do right now is put the player name in there. Because otherwise you'll see chat and you won't know who said what. So let me put that in. Let me go back and check out that old version for a moment. Let's make a branch here. Create a new branch. We'll call it local chat. Right, check it out. So get that local loop back. Isn't that cool? I can just like check out a branch and now the local loop is back. So let's include the sender name. So that means here it'll be the line and it'll be sender is us. And that we know our own name from where. That's in one of the reducers. Session? Not name or address. It's profile, I think. So. Oh, wait a minute. Let's not put it in the map. Let's put it here. So, our name, state, profile. I forget what it is. I have it printed out here under player name. So where was that? Profile panel? Username. Okay. There we go. Our name. So then I can just, when on submit sends it, it'll be, actually, if I had access to state from this map, it would be most convenient. But I guess I just have to hack it for now. So we have to, I have to put it in here. Oh, wait a minute, no I don't. I have a better idea. We'll leave that line out, and we'll just move this to the middleware. Have you ever tried ESLint plugin? No, I haven't used ESLint at all yet. But it's been suggested many times before. Just something I haven't gotten to yet. Hey there, browsing. How are you doing? And next, Mephi, how are you doing? Opera is just kinda Chrome. Super helpful. You guys are suggesting I use ESLint. I gotta take it seriously, but I need to devote some time to that. Let me just make a note that we'll give BugFound a point for that. Something I should do that I don't really want to do right now. Mud Twitch. Oh, I didn't recognize that. Yeah, so hi Mud Twitch. I actually thought for a moment you were Mud Ribbit. We have two mudders. Some typings could be more useful. Ah, yeah. Okay. Anyway. I think what I'm going to do is this, we'll make this still send chat. Actually, that means I don't really want to be in this branch. I'll reflect it a different way. I know what I'll do. So I don't need that branch anymore. Well, I guess I didn't do all. I couldn't do it on the command line. Checkout master. Okay. So I can do a send, like in the middleware for send chat. I can just hack it for now. So just to test it. That was in stage, right? Not the reducer, but the middleware. Yeah, this. So let's turn that off for now. Hold on. I don't have to turn it off. I can just comment it out. So don't dispatch that action yet. Instead, dispatch actions reflect a chat. What is it called? Chat received or something? Yeah. And then we'll have line is actually line, and then we'll have, this is where I'm going to introduce another variable. Let me just make sure that this works. That should work for local loop again. Okay, good. And I don't need that branch. Branch the local chat. All right. So now let me add the username. So here we'll use get state. And we'll have sender is get state profile username. And then sender will be something that we get for a new chat message. So that needs to go into the session reducer chat receipt. So in addition to line, there will be a sender. So that sender is now available to the front end view. And we can do whatever we want with it. Let's see. Where is the template? Here it is. So I can say sender line. Just something super simple. So let me put in sender. Where is sender? Aha. I really like having these named arguments by using object decomposition. It's really sweet. It broke. Username is not defined. Why not? Should have been. Oh, no, it's session profile. I got that wrong. What file was that in? Stage.js. It's session profile. My bad. TypeScript is great, but it's on my list of things to learn, and so I'm not using it yet. All right, test. There we go. So, should we spice it up a bit and give a color to it? Thanks for the follow, Mud Twitch. Let's spice it up a bit. We'll put this in brackets, and then we can remove that, right? And let's make this into a span that we can have a special class for. Let's call it chatter name. Move that to here. And then let's add this to the CSS. And we'll have color is, I don't know, pink. And I can say chickens. That's not pink enough. Is there something called hot pink? Ah, there is. There we go. Hot pink. Okay. Do I want the span to include that? How difficult would it be to create the IRC protocol? Actually, not that difficult. I did it on stream a bit ago. So if you wanted to see me do that, it was back when I did the Twitch messaging interface, which is a superset. Well, it overlaps the IRC protocol a bit. There's a lot of stuff in IRC that isn't in Twitch, and there's some stuff in Twitch that's not in IRC. So that was back in September when I wrote a Twitch bot. So that's all in my GitHub if you wanted to take a look. IRC is actually really simple. So I had links here to it. And it's a pretty old standard. So there's the protocol if you wanted to read more about it. And the examples, it's really, really easy. It's just text lines. So do they have an example exchange here somewhere? Usually they have examples. It'd be at the bottom and they have examples. I can't find it. But just suffice to say the protocol is like ridiculously simple. It's a line-based protocol, so you just read characters until you get a whole line and then you just parse the line. Most of the work is in parsing the lines to get to figure out what messages mean what. So here's an example exchange, right? So each one of these is a line, and you just parse the line by looking for the word boundaries, and then there's a special marker that says the rest of the line is just one token, and then it's like the first token is the command, and then if it's followed with the arguments, and I think they even use that in Twitch, as well as IRC. That means just a message sent to one chat room or one Twitch channel, and that's like the sender, and then that's the message. And then if you look at the Twitch, the way it looks like it, they add a whole bunch of stuff to the name, and then when messages come in, all the stuff like the emote information is all stuffed in there too. But otherwise, it's pretty straightforward, line by line. Just parse the lines to figure out what you're doing. Thanks for the follow, Shywim. Yeah, it uses parts of IRC, like it's based on parts of IRC, but then they added extensions, and then they don't support the full IRC. So if I were to draw a diagram, there's a big overlap, I guess, but IRC has a bunch of things Twitch doesn't have, and vice versa. Yeah. So yeah, those are in my YouTube if you wanted to ever like watch me do parts of that. So look for stream 60, I guess. All right. You know what I'm going to want to do soon is instead of having everyone the same color, have everyone a different color, which means you'll want to change your color here. I'll do that another day, though. For now, let's just pick a reasonable color. How about green? Green is too dark. Lime? Lawn green. There we go. We'll pick lawn green for now. Now you'll know who is saying what, and then we'll just take out the local loop now. The local loop was in... Where did I put that? Stage? Here. This might be useful to keep. Let me check this in and use that idea about having a branch that I had before. Okay, so this is adding the sender to chat. So add sender to chat messages, to incoming chat messages. And then let me mark that as a branch, as in local chat. And then I'll check out master again and remove the local chat and put it into it's always sending now. All right. Check that in. Remove local loop. All right. So I think I'm done on the front end for now. Let's address the back end, because I'm doing all three of these things now. So the back end will be, we need to route incoming chat to all servers and clients. And then if chat comes in from another server, we route it to all clients. And then we're going to write all chat messages to a log file that we rotate at the end of each day, and we'll want a rate limit. So first things first, let's do these two. That should be pretty simple. That's just a new command that we need to support, and then an outgoing message. So I think it goes under messaging. So we'll add a new test for messaging. We'll call it chat same server. This is a test case. Yeah, working on chat today. So, okay, I can't show it because I removed the local loop, but just imagine that chat will show up here. I have the sending of chat. It's sending it to the server right now in my test environment, and the server's like, what are you talking about, chat? There's no such thing as chat. So I'm working on that right this moment, making the server understand what chat is. It's just going to send it back as is. And then I'll have to log it, and then I'll have to rate limit it, and then we'll do special commands. Yep. Oh, did I wave? I forgot to wave. Hey there, Steampunk Devil. All right. I don't like to write stuff from scratch. I like to copy and change, so I'm looking for a similar test. Let me collapse and look at the outline here. I don't like any of these tests. Let me look at the ECS. I did one recently for moving a character, right? Okay, let's pick this one. Because this one has both, okay, this is not exactly what I want. I want the front end of this. I want the front part. And then for the back part, I want the feedback. So where's the feedback? Probably this end, right? Yeah. This stuff. All right. So add a test user. Let's have 2 test users. And I don't need entities. It will mobilize the server. It doesn't matter for the leader or not, actually. It's just mobilize server. We'll add 2 connections. Actually, for login to work, we need to have a leader or simulate that, right? Actually, what happens if we mobilize server and we don't? What does login do if we're not the leader? I always forget this. Oh, it simulates that it was just done. Okay, fine. So we can leave that just mobilize server. So we'll have two connections. Player 1 and player 2. And player 2 I think is named Bob, if I'm not mistaken. And we'll have player 1 send a chat message. The line will be... Oops. The line will be, "Hey Bob, you suck." Well, let's make it more family appropriate. You're bad at this game. Or no, I don't want it to be negative. I feel I'm too cheerful to make it negative. Hey Bob, let's group up. All right, so then both players should get the message looped back. So both of them will get it, right? We'll await. I guess I'll just repeat this for both players. They should both get a chat found. If the type of the message is chat, and then the expectation is that the line will be, let's just put that into a constant. Test a chat line. Test chat line. And then we should expect that for message line. Also, we should expect Alex, because Alex is the one who sent the message, for the sender. And then we're done with that. Expect chat found, and then we'll do the same thing. We should expect the second player to see the chat message too. So go through player 2 and do the same thing. Have a wonderful day. Is there any spam protection? Yeah, there will be. That's on my list here. That's rate limit chat per player. So I'll probably limit it to like no more than a message every second. And that should be fine. Yeah, chat will be pretty busy. What I'm most worried about is this stuff. I guess the way I'll handle it is if I see it, or if I see it in the log later, I will ban the player. Or maybe just give them a warning or something. Actually, I have no way really to give warnings yet. So yeah, I'm most worried about how I'm going to handle that. Hopefully I don't get any trolls. Okay, this will fail. And then, oh, I don't have the test explorer up. Now I can run it, and it will fail. It should fail by saying it doesn't receive a message. Yeah, wait for message fails. You guys can't see that because my head's in the way. Wait for messages fails. Actually, I can do this temporarily so you can see. Error, value of player 1, wait for messages. Actual false, expected true. There you go. All right, so let's start from where the message comes into the server. That's in the coordinator. Coordinator impl. There's a table of incoming message handlers here. Here it is. So we'll add one for chat. Chat, and we'll have the messaging subsystem handle it. All right, so that means I need to have a chat check, chat make command in messaging, because that's how that macro works. Check, and there's another, yeah, I'll use this other macro to declare them, and we'll put them near, what's the nearest one? Player input, yeah, right here. This will be chat. So this expands to requiring two functions, a check and a make command. Check is always done. Make command is done if a change needs to be done to the game. So we don't need that, so that can be empty. This one, we just do all of our work in there. So messaging CPP, there will be a player input check, and we can just copy this stuff. Boilerplate. And there we go. The make command, there's no command. So instead of player input, it will be chat. And then, so we'll restrict you can't chat if you're not logged in. Sounds good to me. And let's allow the admin to chat. If not client is admin, because I want to be able to chat as an admin. You can create a standard string directly by using namespace standard literals. I didn't know that. Is that in C++ 11? Where did I do that in the test so we can try that out? But that requires me to collapse namespaces. Am I okay with that? Maybe I am for that specific case because it's allowing me to use the it's special syntax, right? The S on the end. You're saying if I do that and then do using namespace standard literals. Well, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. Mr. Balrog sent me something. Did you want me to look at that now? Okay, I'll look at it in a bit. Let me capture that off screen. Since you whispered me. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do what Adam does. I'm gonna put it in Notepad. Off-screen Notepad. Here we go. I'll look at that. I'll look at that post-stream. Yeah, Mr. Balrog sent me something for me to look at. If you want to show it on screen, go ahead and just paste the link again in chat. I didn't want to show chat if it was private. All right. Does it need to be underscore S? It seemed to like that. My question is this C++ 11 or am I pulling in some new stuff? I guess I can look it up while that's building. I'm hesitant to pull in anything that I haven't vetted on all my build platforms yet. So this is C++ standard literals. Uh-oh. It's C++ 14. No! I need to schedule some time to vet everything on C++ 14 and pick up everything. My understanding is it's the same as C++ 11 with a few minor tweaks. This being one of them, apparently. Okay, so we'll put that on the reasons for updating my C++, right? I had a section for that. Where did I put that? Reasons. Aha. Reasons to move to C++. There we go. So I'm going to add yet another quote. So BugFound has already given me a bunch of reasons to move to C++ 17, and this is yet another one. Let's scrunch that. So you can tell BugFound's been helping me out a lot. He's given me a bunch of reasons why I should move to C++ 17, and there's yet another one. In the past, it was optional in their unique lock, which might be in C++ 20. You can introduce new variables in the capture close. Yeah, so we'll get there, BugFound. With your support, which I very much appreciate. For now, though, let's just go back to using what I had before, which is old school approach. I'm not going to never mind. It's just another. It helps me get motivated to pick up my textbooks and learn the latest C++. Okay, so it's gonna So we're on the implementation here. If we're not an admin and we're not logged in, you're not allowed to chat. If you're allowed to chat, I think I'll just keep it simple, and we have to do it in 2 rounds. One is loop through all of the clients. So for const auto client in impl profile clients. Where is it? Oh no, it's messaging, so it's just clients. And we'll send it to anyone who's logged in. So if client dot second.isAdmin or client.second.playerID is not 0. Then client first send text, a JSON object, to encoding. And the message will be type chat line message line sender. And then here we have to find the name. So let me pre-compute that. And where did I figure that out once? It was a helper function. I forget where I put it though. Like, it included the word mask in it. Was it in profile? I'm kind of randomly looking around. Oh yeah, there it is. Get name considering mask. So I need to get the player's account first. So const auto player equals profile players get, and then get the client player ID. And this is only if they are not an admin. So let's just have a variable called sender. We'll put it there, and we'll say if the client is an admin, sender equals admin in all caps. Else, look up the player record, and sender equals get player name considering mask, and that is in the profile subsystem. Player. There we go. And then so that sends it locally, and then I also want to send it to other servers. But that will get the initial test to pass. In fact, I can run that round trip now and test it for real. It didn't work because they're masked. I forgot about that. I guess we can show them masked. Player 1. Doesn't matter. They don't have to worry about unmasking them. And what else? Chat found is false here. Oh, so the second player didn't get it. The second player not logged in correctly? Let's see if that's the case. That would be I get here and they're not logged in. Debug. How many clients are logged in? 2. Okay. 2 clients logged in. The first one is player 1. The second one, player 2. Okay. So why didn't it work? Weird. Does it ever get down to here? No. Well, that's weird. Let me go here again. So here's the first client. That's actually going to send it to player 2 first. And then sending it to player 1. Okay, then why didn't it work? Oh, I didn't wait. I forgot to wait. Or wait for it. Because it's asynchronous. That's probably what it is. Yep. Pass. Okay, so let's try it out. I know this won't be too exciting, but I should be able to chat with myself now in the test environment. Hello? Okay, the name didn't come out right though. Let me look at the message and network. I guess I gotta reload. Hello? Well, the sender's right. Oh, I think I might know why. I forgot to connect it in the middleware, the sender. Player console, source, middleware, server messages. Yep, there it is. Sender, message sender. All right, connected again. Hello? Hello, yay. Okay, now test will be across servers, so that's a slightly different test. Chat, different servers. Let's do it's two pieces, right? There's the send and then there's sort of the receive. And there only needs to be one test user in each one. And instead of a second player, it's a peer, and that's add peer connection, right? And then so the player will send it. What I expect is that the peer will receive a special message. Actually, it could just be the same kind of message, right? You just call it chat, so it'll be, yeah, just keep it simple. There we go. So this is a server-to-server message. There's two parts of that. This is the first part. That in addition to sending to local clients, we also have to loop through all of the instances we know about. So for const auto instance in, it's called other instances? Yeah, there we go. Okay, have a good stream, Spheris. CVP update brought to me by BugFound. Exactly. BugFound is like awesome when it comes to looking up this stuff. All right. I need to be careful that we don't try to send to a server that we're not connected to. Where do we do I do broadcasts in ECS feedback, don't I? So I can look there to make sure I do this right. Hey, Rubadub TV. You guys should check out both Spheris and Rubadub TV. Spheris, first stream is art and game dev in Unity, and Rubadub TV's stream is he's making his own MMORPG in JavaScript, and with like a Zelda Link to the Past kind of vibe. How are you doing, Rubadub? Today I'm adding in chat. So I have chat working locally for one server, so I can chat to myself, and now I'm adding a cross-server chat. And then when I get that done, I'm going to push it live, where right now there is no chat. There's just a placeholder for chat for now. You started working on network server stuff. Nice. My network server stuff is pretty solid now. I am adding the game stuff to it, and that's very young right now, very primordial. Let me just look at this other instances. This instant record. Do I need to check if the instance is closed or open? No, we erase it the moment it gets closed, so it should be safe to always send to it. All right, I'm just going to have it send it to it. So it will be instance dot second dot WebSocket send text. It's the same text actually, so I can actually take this and pre-compute it. So I'm going to do that up here. Const auto chat equals that. Let's call it chat message. And then this is just send text chat message. And this is just send text chat message. There we go. Easy peasy. Go to the test. Run the test. Yay. And then make sure I didn't break this one. Yay, awesome. Okay. So the second piece is when we receive it, we should forward it to any players logged into it. So again, add a test user, log in a player, log in another server, but instead of the player sending it, it'll be the other server sends it. And then this will have to include a sender. And we'll just say it's Bob, right? So we should receive a message from Bob. There we go. Test complete. There's an anonymous rhino watching your document. Oh, in Google Docs? Yeah. I'll remember to check out your document. You posted that in chat, so let me add it to my notes so I don't forget it. So Mr. Balrog had an idea for an overlay game. And I guess someone is inspecting it right now. What kind of proxy load balancer am I using for the cluster? It's the fact that the cluster is just set up so you can connect to any of them. So they just self-load balance by the fact that the client picks which server to talk to at random. So right now, there are 3 people connected to the game. 2 of them are using server 1, and another one is using server 3. So over time, if there are a lot of logins, it should distribute somewhat evenly. And that's just a naive approach. A less naive approach would be to actively transfer or what do you call it? Hand off users between servers. So their failed reality is logged into server 2. So now each server has at least one client. So a more intelligent thing would be if one server gets a little bit loaded, it could hand off its client to another server. So the fact that they're all, what's the word? You can talk to any one of these servers and interact with the game the same way. That is the load balancing. So if I had more load, I would simply just add more servers. And I could add servers live at any point and take them offline as well. As for proxying, I'm not doing any proxying right now. Proxying, I'm not sure what that would help me for because the connections are all WebSocket connections and it's all live game data. So all this, I guess one aspect of proxying that I am doing is all of the JavaScript, CSS, HTML is proxied by the content delivery network I use, which is CloudFront. So it doesn't hit the servers to download the front-end client. It hits the CDN instead. Uh-oh. I need to, how'd you get banned, Clayman? What have you been up to? Here, let me clear the bans. Bans cleared. Yeah, so there's a bit of proxying done by the CDN, and then because each of these servers has their own public port, I'm just not doing proxying right now because it's just balanced already. Hope that answers your question, Robot. If I need to scale this up more and it's not sufficient to load balance by having each server hand off clients to the others, I might have to put a load balancer proxy thing in there, but I haven't yet put it in. Nothing says I can't do that. It would just be another layer of servers in front, right? Okay. Oh yeah, look, there's Steampunk Devil. Failed rally. So I think I fixed all of the ghost problems that we had yesterday and last week. Guys, let me know if any characters end up sticking around that shouldn't be here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 people. Yeah, it's a very, very simple layering. I mean, there is one additional layer that I have called the orchestrator who sits behind the servers. And that's because I wanted something protected from the internet completely. That all it does is manage the servers on the host it's running on. So it'll start, it'll stop. It manages the versions. So if I change a version number of code, the orchestrator is stopping that server, refreshing its files and then starting it again. So there's that layer behind. So yeah, proxy load balancer might be here if I needed it. But right now it's just very simple. Client can get to any server directly. Every one of them has a public port. All right, so this needs to have a different name. Receive. That's my problem. Tests have to have unique names. For instance, in front of the servers, if you had a layer that handled health checking, distributing requests, yeah. So that you reminded me of something. So one reason why I might have a proxy load balancing is if I wanted to offload the chat system completely, because it is independent of the game entity component system to the large extent. So I could have a secondary cluster that just handles chat, and the client, when it hits the proxy, if it's a chat message, it could redirect it to some other cluster that's just for chat. And then that gives me the additional advantage of that if there's a bug in the chat server, it won't crash the game server, and vice versa. And it'll offload all chat to some other system. So yeah, that's what I'd probably do if I scale this up and the main server becomes too big. I would split it along that kind of line. The game systems in one server, the chat in another server, maybe even the login system in a third server. Yep. Yeah, okay, so running the test again, right? Right, so I haven't implemented this code yet. The code will be server to server chat, so that's similar to server client. There's, in addition to a client message, there's a server message here. And I don't use macros, I guess. So it's just chat make server message handler. And I ordered these backwards. Messaging, and then didn't use macros, so I have to do this scoping myself here. Message on chat. Okay, so messaging on chat needs to be declared. I guess we'll put it nearby these. There we go. I'll take this. Thank you very much. Paste it. Put that there. This handles the receipt of a chat message from another server. Okay. Cool. Cool. So I can copy this boilerplate, paste it down here. This becomes on chat. And it was sender and line. That's all I cared about. Actually, it's really simple, right? We're sending it to our local clients. So this is exactly what I want to do. All this is gone. Yeah, we do have to assemble that. Actually, do I need to? I don't. I can just send. I just basically echo the message back. Yeah, just do that. Actually, and I should probably just pre-compute that encoded message. Equals that. All right. Easy peasy. Where are my tests again? Okay, there we are. After this, I need to take a quick break. But I need to get to work first before I'm allowed to have a break. Okay. Oh, it's waiting on the wrong thing. Comes back to the player. That would explain it. So a message comes in from another server, the player should hear it. And it still doesn't work. They logged in, peer connection comes in, we receive it. Okay, I don't know why that didn't work. Let me put a breakpoint on this and see why. I wonder if the login doesn't work. Ah, it never received it. Weird. Did that not match up what I put here? Oh, wait. Um, no. I was thinking I used the same name as a server message I did for a client message, but it does go through different paths. Let me look at the code in messaging that actually does on WebSocket text right here. Let's put a breakpoint there and debug. Okay, what is the message? Data is JSON. What is that? Okay, so that is the. Okay, so wait a minute. It should go in there then. Why didn't it hit the other breakpoint? That's strange. It should have gone right into that. On chat, it was chat, and that table says chat goes to on chat. So what did I do wrong? Server message handlers, chat. I guess I can step in, although it's kind of hard to step into function objects calls like that. Debug. What does this actually show me for the pointer? A lambda expression. Functor. Append. Oh, wait a minute. What? That's not right. What is in this server message handlers? Impl. Oh, wait. That does go through a, yeah. It does go through a function factory. All right, so it's just going to end up here. Go. It didn't end up there. I wonder if that's because I can't put a breakpoint in a template like that and expect it to work. Yeah, I guess not. All right. Uh, so much for that. Can't put a breakpoint in a template, I guess. So we'll just have to step through. Yeah, it's just chat. Okay. Yeah, this forwarding stuff is pain. Just hold down F11. That does something weird with my VS Code, though. Wait a minute, how did we get here? What? I have no idea how I ended up there. This is very strange. Another thread yet. I wonder why it got to the other thread like that. What does this do? Register client message. Oh, it does use a server message handler. Okay, yeah, okay, that's why. So, yeah, I know why. This not only registers a client message, but there's also boilerplate to handle if a client message comes in and needs to be forwarded to another server. So the forwarding function uses the same name. So that is a server message called chat. So I need to rename this message. So let's change the test. We have to use a different word here. I will do forward chat or deliver chat is actually a better word. And then this will be deliver chat. All right. Relay chat, relay, deliver. It is going to send it directly to its clients and not send it on, so I like deliver better. All right, that means I need to change it in the table. Deliver chat. We'll change the name of the function too. Uh-oh, Raleigh Monkey keyboard slipped, huh? Did you bang your fist down on the enter key? I can see the keys you hit, and they're like all around the enter key. Okay, so let's see. This one. And then here. Deliver chat. Oh, and then what we send has to be deliver chat. Oh, and it's different. So this is chat message to clients, and then chat message to servers is deliver chat. There we go. Okay, to the tests we go. Chat same server, pass. Server send, pass. Server receive, fail. It couldn't find. Okay, got a message. Oh, because this is deliver chat, right? No, that should be chat. Did I mess that up? What message did we get? What message are we getting? Don't need that one. Don't need that one. What is this message? Type. Oh, it's deliver chat. Okay, I did screw it up. Oh, right, because I just re-encoded it. Yeah, let's make a new one. I guess that makes sense, because I might have some information between servers we don't want to pass along to the client anyway. So we'll call this encoded message. And we'll just pull that sender out and that line out and then send it. This is why I have unit tests. Catch all these silly mistakes I made. Cool. All right. Let me run all my tests and we'll take a quick break and move on to the next step, which is what? We were routing them around. Okay, I guess the next thing would be to write it to a file and then rotate it. That's gonna be pretty quick. And then a rate limit, and then I think I'm okay pushing it, although I won't have any filters. I just have to ask all the people who play my game to please be nice to each other until I put the filters in place. What am I building? I'm building an online game. You can log into it here or read more about it here. And this is what it looks like right now. We have 6 people playing around in the game, mostly just standing around, but there are a few people who have either are moving it manually or have scripted it to move around. And what I'm working on today is the chat window here. So what I have in the test environment, it's going to look like this. So when I say, Hello. It should not only show up for me, but for anyone else in the game. So I'm working on linking that up in the back end of the game, and today's plan you can also see in my same notebook here. So I've done this much of it now. I'm going to take a quick break and finish at least this much of it, and maybe get to the filter stuff. If I don't get to the filter stuff, I'm wondering if I should just shut down the chat system overnight. So like have like a, maybe have a kill switch in there to shut off chat. It should also pop a chat bubble. Maybe. I'll consider it. Yeah, because they have that in most games too, right? That's more work on the phaser side. But yeah, why not? I think the target for today though will just to have it show up down here instead of the chat will go here placeholder. So I'll be right back in a few minutes. Where's my OBS? There it is. I'll be right back. I'm back, and thanks for the follow, Philippe. Yeah, let me know if you have any questions. I also have a Discord if I'm not streaming and you have any coding questions or you want to get announcements about the stream and that kind of thing. Thank you, Nui. Okay, so I think I'm going to actually put a kill switch in right now because the kill switches are not that hard to do. Let me check in the code I have for right now first. Right, so this is all of the all right, that was a front end. Let me fix this one. Fix sender not appearing in received chat messages. And then I'll check this all in together. Accept and route chat messages. And then let's put in a kill switch. So I have that in the front end under admin tools. Views, admin settings, I think. Yeah. So it'll be chat permitted. So let's search for this word everywhere. Don't need it there. Don't need it. Well, yeah, I'm not going to care about whether or not that shows up or that. So if chat is not permitted, it's just when you try to chat, nothing will happen. Actually, you know what? I don't even need a kill switch. I could just have it check to see if there are any admins who are logged in. No, but we only know that locally to one server. Oh, wait, but every server... I connect to every server as an admin. Okay, then I know what to do. I don't need to add that. I can do it purely on the back end. So... But then it's going to screw up my tests unless I make it a configuration option. I guess I can do that. Config. Is that a new configuration object? Chat. Or disallow chat when no admin present. Actually, we'll call it an allow. And it will default to false. And let me add that nearby there in this config. There we go in the test framework. So this will be true. That way it won't screw up my tests. And then in the right, I'll just leave it. I don't even have a front end thing. I'll just have to change the configuration by hand. That's not too much of a big deal. Playing two people at the same time in the same call? He's done that a few times. But what gets really... unless you mean two scammers playing off of each other. He's done that a few times too, and that I find that really hilarious. Where he gets them to compete over him. Okay, yeah, I just need to use this in a key place in messaging. We can just ignore chat messages if no admin is present and that flag is set. So that's chat check. Yeah, so we'll do a check here. If impl config cached configuration allow chat when no admin present. So if not bool that. So if it's disallowed, then we have to check if there's any admin present. So we'll do a loop through here. So bool admin present false. If client second.is admin present true. Then we can break. If no admin present, then we'll just discard it. Or just ignore it, which is to return true. So it's not an error, it just gets ignored. So let's test that out. That should be pretty easy to test. Because, yeah. Let me think about this. I need to update what's on the stage for this to work. Am I ignoring the stage? Yeah. Let's not ignore the stage. Oh, it's showing up in all the snapshots. That's fine. I really only care about the stage configuration here, and I'm going to add it from here. Oh, it comes first. So now it's there, and then I can't put that can't put that back to the way it was, so I'll just type it again. All right, and now I'll run it. Okay, so I should be able to chat as long as I have an admin connection open. So test. Oh no, that's because I don't have an admin connection open. So let me get an admin connection. So that's localhost 3000, and then I need to drag in the admin key for the test environment, which is this file here. Now that there's an admin logged in, I should be able to type. Oh, and there's that bug. We're connected to all 3 servers, so we see it 3 times. The admin's going to see triple chat all the time. You know what we can do is we can just ignore any chat that comes in. Oh, no, we can't. I was going to say comes in from a non-leader server, but... Oh, no, we can do that. Yeah, if we just ignore anything that doesn't come from the leader server, that's good enough. Let me do that in the front end real quick. Real quick. Quick! Do it now! That would be server message in middleware. Server message is middleware. So what we can do is we could have that only done if it is actually, how do we know which connection we have? We don't. Well, shoot. Receive message comes in from game connection, right? Oh, we have the actual ID. So we have the ID of the server. So I can check it if what? Actually, let's just include some extra detail here. From leader. And that would be that the actual ID equals whatever we have recorded for the leader server. How do we know which one's the leader? I don't think we do know. I gotta pick one though. Actually, I know what I'll do. Do I know? No, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Yeah, claim and automated it a little bit. You can get banned. Right now you get banned if you send messages too frequently. Is Clayman sending messages frequently? I'm not logged in there. If you're moving about as frequently as Nui, you won't get banned. The frequency limit is 10 messages per second over a 10-second sliding window. So you can temporarily burst messages as long as the aggregate doesn't exceed 10 messages per second in a 10-second period. Okay. I need to pick a server. It can be at random. How? Maybe I could include all of the server IDs here? Do I know them? Oh wait, hold on. I can get this from Redux. It's in the reducer somewhere. Where did I put it? Configuration reducer? Right, I can just have it arbitrarily pick the first server off the list. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. So the receive message can just include that information here. So where do I use that ID? Auth challenge. Wrapped state. Oh, we are capturing that. So I know which the leader is this. Okay, there, that'll work. So on where was it again? Chat. On chat can receive the ID of the server. And if I could say if we're an admin. Get state as well. get state dot which one is it? Session? How do we know if we're an admin or not? Oh, it was like if we have a key or not in the right key. So if admin key is truthy and the ID is not equal to the leader, so get state. Where did I put that? Session? Nope. Admin raft role. Admin raft role. Actually, then I can use the ID, right? Oh, I should have used a map for that. That's going to be a little bit painful. Okay, so I can, it's raft and then that ID. Dot role. And where do I use role? That's in the admin console. Role playing game. Okay, I guess it's just this whole thing. Yeah, leader. Not equal leader. So if we're the admin and it didn't come from the leader, we're going to ignore it. Okay, this is just to make sure that we only see the chat once. So there's the chat. Test. Okay, you only see it once. Now, if the admin logs out, and I try something else. Okay, there. So now, with that flag to set to false, I can't chat. Now let me try turning it on. So that's actually, what am I doing? I can just look at it here. Stage, and then this one, and then go up to here and set it to true. Now it should let me chat it at any time I want with no admin connected. Oh, that's interesting. It didn't clear the chat when we logged back in again. And it's still not working. Why would it not work? I'm adding chat, Cthulhu. I'm in the middle of it. I have allowed chat with no admin present, so why did that not work? Game config. Yeah, it's set to true. It should have skipped that. Did I misspell it maybe? No. Oh, it's the wrong thing. I've made that mistake before. It's looking at the wrong configuration structure. That's bitten me twice now. Okay. Now it should let me, even though there's no admin logged in, I should still be able to chat. Okay. And then let's turn it back off. Test again. Wrong file. Close. Stage config false. Run again and no chat, but then when I log in as an admin, it should let me chat again. Oh, that's weird. Aha. There's a race in chat. I should probably fix that. So chat.js 68. 68. Is that because it could be empty? What's chat history lines? State session chat, and what's in the session? That could be an empty array. Why did it give me that error? Not a function. Map is not a function. Why not? Map should be a function. Map is a function of array, right? Yeah. Why would it tell me that it's not a function? Chat history lines. It's just some kind of weird race. Now it's working. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know why it would have told me that, because it initializes it. And so it maps it there. Yeah, but how could it be undefined if Redux initializes it to an empty array? I mean, for it to be undefined, that would mean that the the React rendered before Redux was even initialized. Is that possible? So this is a React component. Bad incremental transpiling? Okay, yeah, could be. Because it was just when I had changed it, right? Anyway, this should work now. The admin is logged in. And then log out and it should stop working. Okay. I'm fine with that. And I'll just let chat know that, hey, I'm logging out. No longer monitoring chat, so the chat will be disabled. The other thing I need to do is clear the chat on session start, because this was, oh, that's weird. Just try this again. The chat was hanging in there. Was that when the server went down? Okay, I got that again. What is that? Caused by... Let me run it in the debugger. It caused by refreshing and then dropping... It caused by logging out and then dropping this on, right? I should, before I do that, let me go to, was it sources, and make sure that's on? Okay. Yeah, okay, what is chat history lines? It is a function. Why is it a function? Oh, I know what it is. I didn't call it. I didn't call it in the session reducer. Right here. That's what it was. It was just making it a function, not calling the function. Dumb mistake of mine. So, oh, don't purge the email queue. Log out. Cool. All right. So it was when I stopped the server and restarted it, somehow the old chat was staying in there. Actually, maybe that's okay, because it should go away if I log out and log in again. So if you temporarily lose access to the server and then reconnect, it won't clear chat. That's actually what I do want. Okay, we'll keep it. So that's one fix. So don't show admin duplicate chat messages is one change. And the other one is, this is another fix. fix bug in in clearing chat on logout, and then this is all put in a way to disable chat when admin not present. Now I feel a bit more comfortable allowing people to chat when I'm not around. I'll just turn it off. So until, I think what I'll do is I'll just, when I'm not monitoring it, I will turn it off until I put in some kind of system of filters and reporting. Okay, so the next thing to do would be to rate limit and to write to the, let's do the write to the log is quick. So let's find daily report. Maybe I just hard coded. I don't really care to add it to all these places. Just leave the chat. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. No one will say any bad words when you're gone. Actually, this is kind of the same machinery that I want. Maybe I just go and put it side by side with the daily report file. This will be a chat. No, but it's different in that I don't want to recreate it every day. I want to rotate it every day. Okay, I'll do that later. Right now I just want, yeah, I'll do the whole thing later. So I'll do the this later. I want to get this pushed as soon as possible. So really the only thing I really care about is rate limiting chat. I'll keep it simple. If you speak too quickly, it'll just won't send your message. It'll remember the amount of time since the last time you sent the message. So that's a back-end thing. Messaging. Here we go. Chat, same server. Sure. So let's take this and we'll say chat too quickly. So let's have a configuration item, which I modify with get set, right? Like this stuff. Not set next. Just set. So something like this. And we'll call it, what are we going to call it? Chat cooldown? Chat cooldown. And I don't know, second for testing. So we set up a chat line and we'll say spam. Because hey, spam, 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 right? And then we'll send it twice. Very quick. Actually, we'll send it 3 times and with only a little bit of time between the first two. So this will be advance mock time a half second. And then another half second. So we should only see 2 spams. So this will, how do we do this? If I trust that the number of messages is all I need to check, then I don't need to wait for messages. I can do coordinator. What is it? Wait for one worker loop, and then I can just expect equal to 2 for player 1. Get text messages received. Size. And that's all I need to do. There we go. All right, so run. Should say 3 instead of 2. Okay, so let's put the cooldown in there. That I can put in. I can put into ephemeral state, which is easiest. There's what is it called? Not client record. Player server context. Yeah, ephemeral information on that this instance has on a player of the game. Is it per player? Maybe I can just put it into the client record for now. Because this is also ephemeral. And this is where I put the last request times anyway. So let's put it here. Hey there, said who? How are you doing? I'm adding chat to my game. See? Hello. So I haven't pushed it to production yet because I want to put a cooldown in there. And the cooldown will go somewhere here. I guess I can just put it here. Last chat message sent. This is the time, according to the server's timekeeper, when this client last sent a chat message. And then I need to use that in messaging in the chat check. So here we go. There's a check if admin is present, and then if it gets past there, we'll say if let's sample the time. So const.auto now equals impl timekeeper get current time. So if now minus the client's last chat message sent is less than the configured, let's give it I gave it a name, didn't I? Want to ask a question? Go ahead. Go ahead and ask your question. So let's see. What did I call it? Chat cooldown. Interpret that as a double. And let's wrap this a little bit. So, like that. So if it hasn't yet cooled down, I think we just ignore it, right? And otherwise, we will update it. So client last chat messages now. There we go. Easy peasy. You have basic stuff like not, negative, add, and sub for a preprocessor. And wondering if anyone knows how CPU differentiates between data in a program and code. Wow. Yeah, if this is you were working on this on your stream, right? So said who is a streamer here on Twitch as well. A lot of the times it's working on GPU shader stuff, and this is related to that. That's you're working on stuff in C to like make it closer to the graphics library, the shader language, right? How's the differentiate between data in a program and code? I'm trying to understand the question. How does the CPU differentiate between data in a program and code? Between data and code in a program. It doesn't. Preprocessors don't know the concept, don't even know the programming language. You want to be able to determine an instruction set and macro to read that and deal with memory? Oh, you mean like, do you mean like where in memory the code is and where in memory the data is? In modern programs, you can't really know. In the operating system knows because the page the memory is in is marked as what whether it's code or data, and if it's mapped to the image of the program. In a generic sense, I don't think the CPU does know the difference. Unless I'm misunderstanding your question. Yeah, it's like what Nui says. The CPU just says, "Oh, here's an address. Let me either store or load from that." So that means this construct of whether it's program, code, or data is something you have to invent in the programming language, or just have rules to do different things depending on if you know that it's data or code, I guess. This is pretty cool macro stuff. Yeah, it's a little bit beyond me. It's interesting stuff you're working on. It's a little bit too deep for me to understand right now. You want to basically add. Well, you could have a code generator. Is that what you're talking about? So you would process some file and it would generate C code for you? I mean, that's what a preprocessor sort of does. So what you do is you would basically generate the input to the compiler, and so your run would emit code, source code that you then give to the compiler, and that's I think that's what you're aiming for, right? Okay, I did the code. Let's run the test again. Didn't work. It only sent one message. I wonder if it's just floating point rounding error. Because we'll have advanced to 1.1 seconds, which is plenty of time there. No? Okay, why not? Let's debug it. So we should hit that line 3 times. Preprocessor can do math, but only to constants. It can't. You're only running it once before the program exists. So you can do math if it's on constants, but if it's math you need the program to do, then those are two different domains. You can't do it. You could generate code that does the math, if that's what you're trying to get to. Okay, yeah, you can do math if it's on constants. Then you're just really reducing the input to a smaller output, but the output still goes to a compiler. Thanks for the follow, Arnold. Hey there, breaking it. How are you doing? All right, so what's going on here with this logic? Oh, that's right. I have to have a special case for 0. Otherwise, when the game starts, you won't be able to do anything for a second. That's okay. Just be lazy about it. Thanks for the follow, breaking it. I can just be lazy. So the lazy approach would be we just advance the mock time, the chat cooldown to begin with. And just to be safe from floating point error, we can do that. So yeah, you can't chat in the game until the server's been running a second. Big deal, right? Okay, cool. Let's run all our tests. Oh, almost to 4 hours. I think I'll get enough. I think I'll get a minimal amount of time in. I'll get a minimal amount of the system working so that we can all play with it, and then I'll refine it later. So yeah, so for today, 4 hours. How long have I been programming for in general? About 25 years. Most of it at a job where I was doing much the same thing for many years, so I wasn't really growing. And then on Twitch, I've been programming for like 9 months. So there, I've covered all the contextual bases that we might have used. All right, so I'm just going to assume that that's working, and let's go test it. So now I should be able to chat, but not too quickly. Oh, no, I never configured the cooldown. That's right. I actually need to set the cooldown, don't I? So that's in this file. chat cooldown, right? 1.0 seconds. Let me, while I have this here, before I forget, let me put it into the template for the overall configuration, and then run the game again. Do you take side projects? Not right now. I'm totally focused on making this game. But in the past, yes, and in the future, probably. Right now, I'm super focused on trying to get this working, though. So there we go. There's our limit. Is that too slow? Should I let people spam faster than that? Maybe a half second? Nah, second's probably good, right? Yay, nay? Program does math on constants, so if you do not x, not glued with x, with not, it will be not 1, which is 0. Wow. Yeah, that's fun with macros there. Need more spam. Have I ever done reverse engineering? I have a few times. And that was mostly, it was an embedded project where I was given a library and the library had some bug and I needed to find out what was wrong with the library. And that's fun because you get to look at assembly language and try to map it back to the source code, figure out what's going on. It's fine. Okay, we'll go with a second. So that means I'm ready to deploy this thing, right? So let me check it in. Then we'll do. Oh, hold on. I need to turn on the Linux box. Hold on. Basically, I have to reach down and turn on the Linux machine. Let's not add a timestamp yet. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Timestamp might be too. It might not be too hard to put in. And by the way, hello Toulouse. Linux box. Yes, we're gonna. I run everything on AWS Linux EC2 instances, so I need to build on Linux, even though I do development on Windows. So this is the chat cooldown. So we're checking that in. Add chat cooldown. All right. And let me see what labels I used last. So this is a new feature. So the backend's going to 1.6, the front end's going to 1.8. So get tag front 1.8.0. Well, actually, hold on. I should run this command to see if it. Okay, we're good. Okay, so get tag front 1.8.0. And oh, wait a minute, I can't do that. Because I have not updated the number in the code. That is around here somewhere. Right here. 8. Now I can put that in. Tried to reverse engineer a game and they're using TATL files. Seems like a custom extension. Yeah, so usually like AAA games or any kind of game that has been heavily optimized, they'll invent their own files, their own file formats, and a lot of it's proprietary. So you can maybe figure out some things by inference, like if you know it's a mesh, you could try to figure out where they put the coordinates. If you know something about the mesh and then you look at the file, you could say, oh, I see a bunch of zeros followed by a bunch of things that decode as floating point numbers to coordinates that make sense for the mesh. And you can kind of figure stuff out that way, and it can be kind of fun, but it really, it's a different experience every single time, basically. Okay, so this is a bump front end version to v1.8.0. I'm getting ready to deploy here. Now I'm going to tag it. Now I'm going to push. And I guess I got to go ahead and mark the backend too. Okay, let me open my X windows, get that out of the way. While I'm doing that, I will build the production front end. So that's, you go to the, here you do npm run build, let it run, and then while that's going, I'm gonna get my X windows up and running. Okay, start up my X Windows session. Got to go for dinner? Okay, Toulouse. Yeah, so I'm trying to deploy this new feature here that there's chat. Enjoy your dinner. No, that's building, and I'm waiting for either my X Windows session to start up or for the front end build to complete. Time to take a drink. Okay, X Windows 1. Here's my X window. X terminal, I should say, and then I'm gonna pull all the code. Actually, I need to add my key. Now I can pull. "12 commits. Oh, I'm being rated. Makings of a hero. Welcome to my stream. How was your stream? I hope you had a great time. And much progress on your game. Makings of a hero is working on... What was it again? It was a Unity game. And you had a fog of war, and it was like a battle royale, right? Yeah, so check out Makings of a Heroes game. Another fellow Twitch streamer, when you have a chance, check out that stream. So what I'm working on today is I just finished a feature where now here's what the game looked like yesterday. Hold on. Let me log into the game. Cause yeah, I'm not logged in to my own game. How sad. Okay, there's my game. You can walk around now in my game and you can pick an avatar. Here, I'll be a little wizard guy. But there's no chat yet, so I was working today on adding chat to the game, which looks like this. Hello. And I'm ready to deploy it. Oh, I never actually tested that. If the admin types in, it says it came from admin. Nice. All right, so I'm just getting ready to deploy that now. You're making Dota, basically. Yeah, MOBA style, right, exactly. Your stream is good and you had more than what, the usual number of viewers? Well, that's good. Yeah, Mugget is a tool I use to manage multiple repositories. And if you're into Git and stuff like that, you might be interested in it. I don't talk about it too much because it's sort of not part of the game dev, but oh, thanks for the follow, Rasta Pharaoh. Okay, so I'm building the backend on Linux now. CMake build release. And at the same time, the front end was built, so I can go ahead and deploy that. W deploy. There we go. So this will update the front end client for everybody. I host it on CloudFront, which is an Amazon content distribution network. The files are in an S3 bucket, and then they get distributed by CloudFront to you. I'm using, I think it's not GNOME terminal. I mean, it might be. I'm actually not sure what terminal am I using. XFCE4 terminal. That's right. I'm using XFCE4 because it's light and simple. Okay, so I actually should have tested this first, but if we reload the client and make sure it didn't break. So chat will be there, but you won't be able to chat yet until I update the back end. But first things first, let me download the configuration of the game and add those 2 new settings that I added. Where did I put configuration? Here it is. So let me edit that. Open that in a folder. And I need to edit this off screen, actually, because it's a little sensitive. Let me grab the 2 new options I wanted to add. Do I allow you guys to chat when I'm not around? No. Chat cooldown 1 second. All right. So I have that And I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so it's in the game, and time to build the game. Backend. Okay, it's successfully built, so then I go to secrets, and I do lpack prod, and then I do Python 3 tools deploy Primus, and then what version number did I pick? I always forget these things. Like the moment I do them. I did 160. So that just deployed the package to the cloud. And so I'll see it here. There's 16, and then here goes nothing. Is anyone on one? Okay, so this is going to boot someone off because there's at least one person logged into every server. So you're going to get booted off temporarily. I'm going to do the follower servers first. I really hope this works and doesn't crash. Cool. So one server. That's 1 out of 3. I had trouble with these upgrades. You know what I should do a snapshot before I go any further. That would be smart. So we're doing server 2 next. To come back up. It does not want to come back up. Sometimes I have trouble with the port numbers being bound. Let me, I should refresh this client while I'm at it, shouldn't I? Yeah, so I need to remove that server from the cluster right now and add it back. Let me see something. I don't always remember the port numbers of things. So, okay, I got it on my other screen, so I can remove it, and then I wait a little bit and add it back. So its port numbers are 8186, 8086, 160, please. I hope this works. I've had trouble with this in the past. If this works, I might have to take the whole game down for a minute to fix it. Please work, please work, please work, please work. Gosh dang it. Not coming up. It could have been worse though. It could have like not appeared in the list at all. Hold on. I don't know why. Hold on. Let's remove it again. And then let me wait a little bit of time. I think it's the port is, it can't be bound because, I guess I can change the port number it's on. Hey there, Hideo. I'm in the middle of deploying. I'm in deployment hell. I haven't fully automated my deployment, and so sometimes a server doesn't come back up, and I have to let the port get freed up and then try again. Yeah, I'm in the middle of a deployment, but isn't this cool? Some people are still allowed to play even though not all the servers are up. Let's try this again. ID 288. Hold on. Where'd my window go? 8086. 1.6.0. Please work, please work, please work. Oh, it worked. Okay, so there's one server, and this is the last one. Right now it's the leader of the cluster, so this is really going to be disruptive when I change it over. Do you see how there was a big lag there? Okay, that's interesting. How come it's showing one? Did I pick the wrong version number? You have a meta question. Hold on, let me finish this deployment. Because I think it's broken. Why didn't it pick 160? Did that really get 151? I thought it... Okay, anyway, it's a follower server, so it should be okay for me to swap it out. Uh-oh. Oh, now the servers are... Yep, we had an election change in the middle of that, so I gotta take the whole servers offline. Sorry, people. screen R and then offline. Let me fix it. Hold on. I'll just hack it in there. Sorry, you can't see this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm hacking back server 1 back into place. What port was it on? 84. Okay. Okay, and then restart the cluster. Hold on, hopefully this works. Oh, it reverted the servers back. Why did it do that? It must have had one that crashed. And now it's in a death spiral. Dang it. It started with the wrong versions of stuff, so hold on. Yep, it marked it as bad. I don't know why it did that. And okay, the snapshots are not quite the same, but they're not terribly different. So I'm just going to go to one server and say that its view of the game is what's going to be the case on all servers. Okay, so I'm going to strike 2's game journal. Actually, I'm going to remove all the game journals. And I'm going to copy the game snapshot to all the other servers, and then I'm going to start the cluster back up and hope and pray that this works. Oh, one of them's the wrong version number. Dang it. Can I splice? Okay. Improve my chances of my snapshotting and then splicing this one back into place. That totally didn't work. Okay, so kill that. And hold on. Try me back up in time again. Do this again. Remove game.journal. Copy game snapshot to all the other servers. And then the step I forgot, which is to go in the config file and mark that they're all running the same version of the server. And then run again. I hope this works. Shoot. It couldn't bind the port number. Okay, I'll let it sit there for a minute. Let me see if I can answer Hideo's question. What's your question, Hideo? A meta question for me. What's the meta question? Yeah, it's not going to connect now because it's offline. From the streams you watch, alert, they're mostly DevOps, basic admin controls UI. Now I'm handling in-game chat. How do you come up with this? Do you have some kind of roadmap? Or do you play it? Right now I'm playing it by ear and feeling, and also from what people in chat suggest. So I don't remember who it was, but someone said, hey, why don't you work on the chat? And I'm like, okay, I'll work on the chat next. One of the core principles I kind of set down was that I want to tie the game heavily to the Twitch stream, and that includes evolving it live on stream. So I want my viewers to have influence on like what I work on, in what order, and also to come up with any ideas and reward them with perks. So yeah, I'm kind of Now that I have a platform on which there's a lot of things I could do, I am picking. I'm gonna while I'm talking, I'm gonna restart the cluster now. I'm kind of picking things that people seem to want to do. Okay, now we're back up. Now does chat work? Hello? Oh, look, chat works. Steampunk Devil is first. Could anyone else want to type in chat in game? Only Steampunk Devil, huh? What if I go over to my own client and say, second? I'm second. Playman's third. Hoggers, indeed. Okay, so I have some work to do, obviously. You saw how the cluster collapsed when I, one of the servers couldn't bind one of the public ports, and then when I took it out of the cluster and then tried to add it back, it just couldn't get added back, and then I had to manually hack the backend files to get it working. And during that process, no one could connect. So there was a lot of Monka S's, a lot of feel bad mans, which I expected. Yep. Yeah, and so the Unicode set should work. The emotes, if you can find the Unicode equivalent for it, would work. So if I did upside down smiley face, that'll work. Very important messages there. Yeah, hello world, exactly. First, second. Actually, no one typed. He didn't type first, did he? He typed. What is that? That's like the victory, hands up in the air. Masked. Oh, who's player 76? We'll unmask you. Okay, I unmasked Mud Ribbit and Fire Cow. So those are tickets that whenever you create a new account, you get masked at first, so I can review the name, basically. And that. So kind of to Hideo's point, what do you guys think I should work on next now that I have in-game chat? I could refine the chat a bit more. I can work on the background world of the game. I could improve the deployment system. All of these things are important in one way or another from different perspectives. What I'm going to guess you're going to tell me in chat is you'd like me to make something exist in the world, and I'm down with that. Background. Ella Gagel, indeed. Launch the game. The game is launched. Implement support for... I don't own the rights to Ella Gagel, Hideo. Ooh, someone is testing... Who was that? Was that Hideo testing glitch text? I mean, this will work up to a point. The chat messages are bound by the same rate limit as any other kind of message. That's kind of cool that the glitch text worked, doesn't it? I don't know, do you think I should block that? Should I prevent the glitch text? I mean, I can see roughly where it was. It wasn't me, so it was either Nui or Fire Cow, or I guess it could have been Clayman. Oh, the not scrolling thing. That I might need to work on that some, yeah. Oh yeah, that's another thing I could work on right now. There is no control over here, but I was thinking of that I wanted to where is it? Back to today. Okay, some things I could work on, commands, and then I need to work on that at some point. So the inappropriate chat, either reporting or ignoring, or in case of admin, banning the sender. I was thinking about it would be a click on the name and a menu might pop up. I could work on that next. Hey there, RTM Jam. Let me take some notes. So one thing is I might want to clean up the text and to prevent glitch text and other stuff like that. Or maybe I keep it in, who knows. I don't think it's terrible per se, it's just kind of messy. So some ideas on what to do, right? So ideas on what to work on for chat. So the reporting, ignoring or blocking, banning context menu, potentially. Filter out things such as glitch text. I need to limit message sizes even further. And, of course, the filtering. Then padding for legit marks. Yeah. Yeah, so it should be resilient to injection attack, because I believe that's what React does for me. Oh, there's a new player. Blue Magic unmasked. 3IDET unmasked. So it's not going to unmask you here, but it should unmask you in the game up here. Right there. There you are. And then Blue Magic is over there. So by the way, you can change what you look like if you're in the game and you go to your profile and you just pick a different avatar. So I guess I'm in the center. Let me move away from the center. I'm a little wizard in the corner. Might want to set the message limit. Yeah, I had that on as limit messages even further. They are limited, but they're limited the same way that the WebSocket limit is, which is pretty high right now. Oh, I saw another bug there. Look at that. When I click on that row, all three of these rows show up for some reason. Interesting. I wonder if they all have the same ID or something. Anyway, doesn't matter right now. These names are fine, so I will approve them. The min length? Oh yeah, look at that. So if you just hit space, minimum length, or maybe just trim white space. Yeah, we can't do forehead, and we probably can't do elegiggle because they are not, I don't have rights to them. But we can use Unicode. Yeah, let me know if you find a way. So I'll show you what it is. I think I'm safe because of the way that React handles it for me. But folks like Hideo would know a lot better than I would. Let me show you the code. That is in... I'm lost right now. Oh, chat. Here we go. So when I form that chat, it is using JSX this way. So it's using that kind of substitution into JSX. My understanding is that this is properly escaped so that it should not be possible to inject HTML in there at all. Yeah. So I got that. Pressing enter just works. It should be rate limited though, even for admin. Yeah. So you can't do it more than once a second at least. Bit more related to actual gameplay, like quest system or something, NPC interactions or something. Yeah, so Hideo, the first step along that path would be to actually have a game world. So maybe that's what I work on tomorrow. So the game world will probably be static tiles at first, and then instead of the view being fixed, the view will be centered on you, and then you can move around in that game world. And I'll probably just start with a static map to begin with. Nice. So let me test this out. As soon as I disconnect from here, you shouldn't be able to chat anymore. The chat should be offline now. Yep. So when I'm not monitoring it, it's safe because you can't do it. I need to have that in place until I figure out like filtering and management. so that, bad stuff doesn't go on behind my back. Put the key back in. Now chat is enabled again. Yeah, chat is disabled right now if the admin isn't logged in. That's just a temporary safety thing. Hey, there's 715-209. Wait a minute, you've been here the whole time. You're just saying hi, hey guys again. Remember you should work. If it didn't work, it could be that it expired, but that would have been a day. And the other reason why it might not work is if your IP address changes. You were gone for a while, maybe your IP address changed. God mode on, yeah. So yeah, just to let you guys know who didn't see me working on this today, it's very raw. The only thing I'm preventing is injection attacks and spamming. It's not really guarding against really long messages or glitch text or even bad words. So if I see a bad word, I'll probably have to, what will I do? Probably have to ban you. So please don't say a bad word. Oh, look at that. That worked. What was that supposed to be? I guess it depends on how many characters wide that font wraps it at. Remember you is tied to your IP, yes. Because I wanted it to be somewhat secure. But maybe I shouldn't do that? Is there a reason why I shouldn't tie it to the IP? If I didn't tie it to the IP, then it would be possible for two people, if your token were to leak, for someone else to log in as you. Maybe that's not a good enough reason. Ooh, is that a hacker? Ooh, hacker. Who's player 101? Who is player 101? Who we blame that on? That was Fransby. And player 100. Oh, what milestone? Player 100. Cephaball is player 100. That's cool. Unmask. Unmask. Right, so two people could use the same IP address, but because you'll have different accounts. Should not let unnamed people chat. Well, I let them chat, it's just that their name is masked. So it says player 101. Do you want me to not let them chat at all? Not even mask their name, but not only mask their name, but not let them chat in the first place? That's something to consider. Let me give you a point to that, and I'll consider that. Because that's true. I might want to make sure that's not a bot-created account that's coming in and spamming. So what do you guys think? Forbid chat until it is vetted. Obligatory MMORPG trader spam. You guys are having too much fun. Uh-oh. Is that a Pikachu? That's a kid? No, that's a Doge. Nice Doge. You changed IP 3 times a day. Never seen a website. Remember? Okay, well I can. You're convincing me to remove the IP guard. So I'll give you some points because you've convinced me. It's easy to take things out. It's harder to put them in. So I'll remove the IP restriction on login tokens then. Oh, I should be showing that, not just hiding it. I should be looking at it and make sure that nothing bad sneaks through. In-game boss. Good one, Rally Monkey. Well, I'm glad the Unicode works. That just kind of worked out of the box. That was nice. Okay, so I think tomorrow... What's this stop for? Are you just testing the underlying? I think tomorrow I'll work on actually establishing a game world. And it'll probably start out as a static area
with no collision, just to get the tile painting working. Player 84. Is player 84 the one that wanted to use... Oh, you're saying the ghost character. I solved the ghost character problem, and I don't know who player 84 was. I've been meaning to add an ID column here, so I don't know. But it was someone who logged in and then logged out and didn't log in again, and then that the character for their player got leaked. How's the player state stored? I will show you that. So, oh, there's more glitch text. You're vandalizing chat with your glitch text. Okay, if I take a snapshot of the game and then... Actually, it's easier to show in the test environment. So take a snapshot of the game and I'll show you what the data looks like. Game snapshot. So here's what it looks like. Every character in the game has 3 components right now. No, 4. There are 4 components. The avatar component links your player ID to your entity ID of your character. The input component remembers which way you're trying to move and the cooldown for your movement. Position component remembers where you are. So you can see they're all tied to the same entity ID 100. And then the tile component remembers what nameplate to show, and ID is the tile ID. So this, I think 8 is the little wizard guy. And moved is set whenever the rendering system needs to tell you about that it's been moved, and I forget what C was. Changed, I think. So if you I think, yeah, so the tile can be updated by movement and just by changing the name or the tile ID. So that's literally what it looks like. So in the real game, there are like, 10 copies of these. One for every person here. We got a lot of people logged in right now. You can talk in the game. There's a lot of people testing that out right now. Are you not logged in? You're logged in. You can't talk? You might have to refresh the client. If you're running an old version of the client, I don't have client auto refresh or update working yet. The position is stored, but okay, the thing is, this data ceases to exist when you log out. It's completely destroyed. These characters are all ephemeral right now. So probably what I have to do, maybe not tomorrow, but soon, is to persist your position in the game so that when you log in again, you'll be where you were. And right now, you always go back to the center if you log out and log in again. If you don't see the input field, you might have to reload. So that's on this screen. So you just hit reload, and it should log you back in. And you'll lose what was in chat because that's not stored on the client. I mean, not stored. It's not stored in the game state. But further chat should show up. Okay, someone's really trying to stress the chat system out. I'm gonna blame Clayman. Clayman. It's interesting seeing different people logging in and logging out. You can see which server they're logged into, how many tickets in the game. Has anyone opened any new tickets recently? No. Sort by last login, I think. Uh-oh. How come it's all messed up now? Oh, I wonder if someone put a bad Unicode sequence in there that caused that to happen. Huh. You only see dark background failed to load resource? I don't know why. The game itself is just HTML and CSS and JavaScript on CloudFront, so you should at least be able to get to the login screen. I wonder what's causing that.
I should probably block glitch text, right? So yeah, I might have to do that. So I already had that in there. I'll just have to restrict what kind of Unicode characters you can put in, I guess. Might be a Firefox issue, yeah. Outsby, I really didn't even think about stuff like glitch text when I just allow any kind of text and I support Unicode. So I don't know. Didn't occur to me that I should maybe limit it. Oh, you did? Okay, let me look. Can you do it? You mean the overflow hidden? Was that the suggestion to do overflow hidden on the text? Right. Then it'll limit it to just their box, right? Yeah, let me do that. That's a quick and easy thing to do. So someone give me some glitch text. Was that Clayman? Okay, let me take Clayman's glitch text in my clipboard here. And let me try it. Oh, just need that much of it. That evil glitch text. Let me try it here. All right, so there it is in the game. Now let me try. If I get this to work really quick, then I'll push that now so that we can limit your glitch text, and then I can give a mud ribbit some points. Let's see. That would be in chat. CSS. Actually, I need to give it a class, don't I? Let's give it a class name. Chat message. And then here, chat message overflow hidden. And so that I can test right away, but just by pasting that again. There we go. Okay, so you can only screw up your own text now. So let me push that right now. And then everyone who refreshes can be glitch text protected, so to speak. Bump the minor version, the revision number. And we'll say guard against text, chat text overflow, or hide. I'll just say hide. Chat text overflow. Tag front 181. Did I get the number right? Yeah. And then push tags, and then I'll do an npm build and deploy it. Front end is easy to deploy. So in a minute, you can say goodbye to glitch text overflowing on you. Yeah, it won't damage other people's. That's the whole point. Yeah. Multi-line, the wrap should still work. We can test it. Yeah, this is getting out of hand here. Help me out. Oh, someone registered an account named Bob. Okay. Bob, you are unmasked. And Mudribbit, who is no longer logged in. Let me find you. Oh, I guess I already unmasked you. Yep, okay. All right. Did that go? Okay, so I can just do deploy. Goodbye, glitch text. Welcome, Bob. Yeah. So this is a lot less painful. All you need to do is hit reload. Now,
Same glitch text. If you reload, you'll be protected from the glitch text. So I can actually watch as people relog here. Oh, the sorting isn't working. It's adding it to the bottom. That's a bug. The sorting isn't dynamic. Or is it? Oh, no, it is. Never mind. Can't see the message since it relogged. Okay. It spammed the glitch text. I'll let Clayman answer that question of why his name is Clayman. Yeah, that's what I was seeing. There's something about that glitch text that it was like getting the DOM really confused. So I'm hoping that that gets contained now within within the line that it's in. My in-game chat is being displayed. Oh, because I had that in my clipboard. Here, I'll remove it. That's because I like to say Clayman a lot. Yeah, I copied the whole line without thinking. Multi-line is still fine, yeah. It shouldn't have been affected because it'll wrap, and then within the boundaries of that input, it will prevent overflow. So that was a good suggestion. I'm going to give a mud rivet a bunch of points for that. That's a 3-pointer at least. Okay, I think I'm going to wrap things up. Thank you guys so much for helping me test this. I'll probably leave it going for a while if you want to continue to have fun. And I think tomorrow what I'll do is work on establishing a game world. So that will be probably adding more components and systems to the game to establish the background, the existence of the background, the rendering of the background, and stuff like that. Oh, look at that text. That's a little long. Yeah, I can change that too. So I'll probably work on some of this stuff off stream or tomorrow. It really depends on you guys. If everyone said, hey, I want to see you continue working on the chat system, I'd do it. But I get the sense that more people would like to have the game world have something exist and have that work be done on stream. Limit it to 300 characters? Yeah, I'll probably do something like that. All right, so yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. My schedule, if you don't know, I'm trying to keep a regular schedule. Yeah, I go over a bit, so today I went over almost an hour. But 10 a.m. Pacific at 1700 PST, or PDT. I mean, UTC. 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight, 1700 hours UTC. There we go. I'll be back then. In the meantime, you guys can continue to have fun, but as soon as I stop watching it, you won't be able to chat anymore, just to let you know. And let me go, oops, sorry. I closed my tab. Now I have it open again. All right. Where you guys want to go see? Maybe Honest Dan? I haven't rated Honest Dan in a while. What's Honest Dan doing? Learning Unreal Engine 4 and C++. Oh, he's doing C++. I think he deserves to be rated. We're going to go rate Honest Dan. Thanks for the follow, Nkate, or Ncat. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. And until tomorrow, we've hit the button. We're going to rate Honest Dan. Until tomorrow, have a great one. Bye. Bye.